Well, hello and welcome back to 90 Days of Web Development. My name is Kevin. I'm here on day number 14. We've gotten, what's that percentage? I don't know. We're almost at 15. What is that? That's like a quarter of the way there or something? I don't know. Wait, no. I can't do math right now. Um, uh, Yeah, so a third of the way would be 30, then a sixth. We're a sixth of the way almost there. Okay. So it's been great doing this. I'm wondering how everyone else is doing. If you've found these videos, let me know if you find these on repeat. Not on repeat, but like if you find the video, not the not the live stream, yeah, drop a comment. Let me know what you're up to, what you're why did you choose to watch the stream. Yeah, let me know. I'm very interested in community, so I don't need to build a community around this, but if you are part of a community that is doing some similar types of challenges or something, then let me know. I would be interested in joining that community as well. Where are we for today? Today is day 14. We're using Flexbox and CSS, so it's going to be a big topic. I'm excited for it because this is a topic that I always struggle with whenever I try to create my own layouts and stuff. That I just don't really understand Flex. I don't understand it, and I've tried to learn it before, and I've learned some of the basics or something, but I don't understand how all the other properties come off of that. So hopefully we'll fill in those gaps today and learn how to use it in practice. So we have 2 workshops and a lab. So the workshops are like a tutorial, and they give you the steps, and you just like, okay, I can do that, and and they walk you through it. It's basically like just, oh, do you remember the syntax of how to do this one thing? Yeah, okay. It's pretty basic. And then the labs are kind of a more hands-off thing. They just give you a list of user stories that they want you to implement. Just basically a contract to pass the auto grader, so it's like a rubric, basically. But always try to go above and beyond with those, because I think that I want to use those to flex a little bit, to for to be punny there. It wasn't intended, but yeah, to just like show like more of like what I've learned over the past 13 days. So reviewing notes from day 13, the only one I have written down was something I took note of was that the border property defaults have a medium width. So if you don't set the width, they have a medium width. If you set the style, they have the style is usually none, so it doesn't appear, but the width is medium. Is that right? It doesn't feel right, because every time I've tried to do the border, I don't know. Did I have to set a style? I'll have to try that. I'll have to play around with that. And the border, and then the color is just the current color of the text of the container that it's currently in. Yeah. So let's see. The quiz that we have for today is on styling forms. We did a couple of projects on Friday and really showed what we could do there. Yeah. Or that was on Thursday, actually. We did those ones. So going back to, yeah, and there was build a confidential email page. We did that one. That was my work there. I like that. That was pretty cool looking. The Rothko painting, I don't know so much. We did a contact form. We made a design selection feature page. I like doing this. I want to download my old ones and just have a record of like, okay, this is what my things look like along the way. It's pretty cool to just like see it at a glance. So let's get started for today. We're going to also review CSS layouts and effects. And we're going to work with Flexbox. We're going to build a Flexbox photo gallery, design a set of colorful boxes, and design a pricing plans layout page. And that'll be the stream. And we'll really go into that that layout page and try to just completely exhaust my brain into that. Yeah, so there it is. And then after that, I'll just plan for the next, for the coming week, and hopefully get streams set up for this coming week. And then if there's extra time, I'll have time to think about next week as well. But the overall plan is to finish this certification, which is the responsive web design certification on Free Code Camp by the end of June. By the end of June, we should have it finished. I'm going to reset the timer. I'm going to start my Pomodoro timer here. And we're going to get started with the quiz on styling forms. So let's zoom in a little bit, give ourselves and the viewers on the vertical stream something to look at a little bit here. So as usual, to pass the quiz, we have to answer at least 9 out of 10 questions. Oh, wait a minute. I don't even know if I got the other ones right, because I usually just move along. I don't really go back and review it. Shoot. Well, I hope I got those ones. Right? Okay, so actually, no, it's usually 18 out of 20, right? They're usually a longer... Yeah, it's usually 18 out of 20. I do go back and look at those ones. That's weird. There's not much to review here. There wasn't much to review. And so there's not much to really say on this one, I guess, as far as the quiz. So what is a common issue for styling the daytime local input type? It's impossible to make it responsive. Daytime local input type. It's generally different across browsers. It's impossible to make responsive. Well, that was kind of my that was my my problem with it. I wasn't able to get it to work, to respond to things. Maybe it's just the browser. Which of the following is considered best practice for styling text inputs? Text input font sizes need to be set with M units, and Colors should be light gray. Oh boy. Best practice for styling text inputs. Oh gosh, I don't remember. It was a while ago. So this is going to be some deeper recall to pull up here in order to remember everything. So we didn't have a very good review because there wasn't much to review. Text input font colors need to be light colors. Size should only be set to pixel unit. That doesn't sound right. There's an absolute, and anytime there's an absolute in the answer, you gotta be like, hey, that's probably not true, right? Because just need one example that doesn't fit. Text input fonts need to be adequately sized, and the color needs to have sufficient contrast with the background. Well, this is like best practice. Well, that sounds good. Should only use dark green borders on focus, and the text color should be dark gray. Yeah, that's yeah. Okay. That doesn't sound right at all. Text input font sizes need to be set with EM units. Need to be, yeah. So this is, well, this is the only one that kind of like makes logical sense. Need to be adequately sized. That's a good thing. Color needs to have sufficient contrast with the background. That's also a good thing. How should the error state styling relate to the focus state styling? Right, error state and the focus. You want to make sure that it doesn't lose the focus indicator, right? It should be distinct from focus state. Yes. Should be less visible to avoid alarming users. Excuse me, you have an error. Just have a little pop-up in the corner. Hello. I don't mean to intrude, but you seem to have caused an error. But don't worry. Keep calm. The error state should be animated while the focus state should be static. No. What is the best practice for styling inputs in a focused state? Important to remove any noticeable indicator? I don't think about that. That doesn't make any sense. Important to use only light gray borders? No. Important to use only dark red borders. Important to preserve a noticeable indicator. Yeah. Yeah, okay. What is a best practice for styling inputs in an error state? Increase the font size for the input text to 3 rem. No. Set the input to display none so it is removed from the page. Set the input to be disabled so users can no longer interact with it. But then, how are they gonna fix the error? Provide a visible indicator with a message so users know that something is incorrect and needs to be fixed. The only one that makes sense. And it's the longest text. So, it's the longest sentence. So that's gotta be a giveaway. That's probably the answer on a free code camp quiz. Why is it important to use descriptive placeholder text in form inputs? Descriptive placeholder text in form inputs helps to pre-fill the form for the user. Nah, not really. Usually it's just used to the placeholder doesn't pre-fill it though right, because what would pre-fill it would be using like a default, right? Putting a value in there already. Automatically validates the input as the user types. That's not the role of descriptive text. It provides users with guidance on the expected input format. Yeah, I think that's most likely. Hides the input label, reducing visual clutter. So what is WebKit? WebKit is a browser engine that displays web pages. Is that what it is? I don't think that was what it is, right? It's a browser engine that ensures that there are no validation errors. No. Special CSS property used in CSS Flexbox. No, it's not specific to anything. You can use it for a lot of things. I think it's a browser engine that displays web pages. When is it appropriate to use appearance none for form elements? I should try to create my own browser. Wouldn't that be easy? Or not easy, but wouldn't it be fun? I wonder how hard it would be, like to think about what the minimum of what you need to make it work. That would be interesting. When is it appropriate to use appearance none for form elements? To remove only default colors that are applied to the form elements and use your own. Oh, wait a minute. We've got one in contention. This is a long bit of text. This is a long bit of text. To hide form elements from those who use assistive technologies like screen readers. Oh my gosh. Counterexample, long text. That is not the answer. To remove some of the default styles that are applied to the form elements. That is what it is. Yeah. Appearance none will remove the any display of the item, but the functionality remains. The functionality remains. So if it's checkbox, you can click on it. So you can still click on things, and like the hitbox is still the same. You can manipulate the size of that and whatnot. And so we did a little bit about that last week with making like little animated checkboxes that like animate through a transition of being from the unchecked state to the checked state. And we worked with using like basic shapes and stuff to create a little check and whatnot. What are some considerations when working with appearance none? Important to only use appearance none when you want to apply different styles for the Safari browser. Only for Safari. It can't be anything else. No, okay. It's important to preserve hovered and submit indicators on interactive elements. That is important. Important to use appearance none when you need to completely remove a form element from the page. Well, no, because it still remains there. Like I just explained, like it's still functional there. If you wanted to completely remove it, you would do like display none or something else. Yeah, I think display none would do that. It is important to preserve focus and error indicators on interactive elements. That is also important, right? So hovered and submit indicators, less important. I mean, I would say that they're like, it's all important, but like this is more important. Focus and error indicators are the more important thing, right? Which type of form elements are commonly styled using appearance none to remove their default look? Input elements, generally. with like the radio buttons and whatnot. So if we go here, I wonder if we can see this, because they probably do some stuff here. They definitely override the state here. Can I like, let me zoom in here. I don't know if this is gonna show. Let's see if this will work, because we can see the whatchamacallit over here. Let's try to find that element span. We're looking for like the input element, right? There's a span here, but what we want is the radio button. So it's a div, but the input isn't showing there. The label's here, and then the button maybe is underneath. Code input. They actually do this. Okay, so they're doing this differently. Oh, and this is also a flex container, which is interesting. We'll learn about that. And a grid container and a flex container. We're gonna have to learn all about those ones. Did we do grid at the end of this week, or did we do grid at the end of next week? Can't remember. It's definitely input elements. I'm just trying to figure out how are they doing this? Because they have this thing. Let's try to move over and show that element. So we have border for that. So this is the grid for the div class. Okay. And then let's see. Can I zoom in on this? Let's zoom in on this here. Yeah, we're going to zoom in on this thing. And then can I lock it? Let me lock that right here. Okay. Block relative before translate, and then so they insert some stuff here. What are these, like these classes that they give? They give the class before translate X. What does that mean? Not sure why what that's for. But we have the label for the input. We have the label for it. R8O label, labeled by R8O, is up there. Like in this one. Headless UI radio group. So this is interesting. The role is a radio button. This is a different type of form, right? Like they're not using the same things. So form elements are different in whatever framework they're using. It's not input elements. See, they have this like div, and the role is radio group, and then there's a role for the selection, right? And you can have a role for a selection up here as well. So we have a role for that one, a role. Oh wait, no role for that. So what am I saying? So you have these elements as part of the grid, and then focus, outline, none, cursor, pointer, items there. so weird. So I'm pretty sure that they use like appearance none on. So they would do appearance none. Okay, the thing is, I think what they're doing is they're putting something, they're injecting the, yeah, they are injecting graphics into this using before. I think so. Then if I go into this one, do they have a before here, or is that no? No, so they're block. They're using it like this. So this is the thing that is giving. It's so weird looking, because then they push it to the left. They adjust it to the left. So background, secondary, foreground, primary on the border. So you just have a round border. Border radius is like infinite pixels, just so that it is a circle. Okay. Then 20 by 20, and then displays block. Take shadows none, and that's very important. This is fun. This is funny because they're not using the same things that that we're learning about for their forms, for their quiz forms. Funny, just funny to me. Right, and then that's it, I think. And did we get any wrong? So let's go back up here. See if we got any incorrect. Nope, we got them all right. Okay, good to know. Submit and go to the next challenge, which is going to be the CSS layouts and reviews. Layouts and effects review. And let me try to get this so that it's side by side. I don't quite want it to. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Could even go further, but that's okay. Let's. We're going to copy all this. We're going to paste that into here. I'm going to move this over to our 90-day quiz notes. Eventually we'll add something there. There we go. There we go. We got CSS overflow property. Got all these lines there. Just add in our own HTML and CSS for this, so we'll just copy this. Got the overflow box. Here we go. Can I do it like that? Can I add a I don't think you can use classes like that in inline HTML and stuff in Obsidian. Let's see. Okay, so the definition of overflow refers to the way elements handle content that exceeds or overflows the size of the containing element. Overflow is two-dimensional. Overflow X, the x-axis determines horizontal overflow, and overflow Y, the y-axis determines vertical overflow. Overflow shorthand property for overflow X and overflow Y. If given one value, both overflows will use it. If given two values, the overflow X will use the first and the overflow Y will use the second. And it's usually you only use the vertical. Horizontal does not really play a role, although there might be some use cases, like if I have a ticker at the bottom, like I have here, maybe you want to do something with overflow in the X there. I think that's how I'm handling it. I need to clear my head, and we got a break coming up, so let's go ahead and take an early break, and I'll be back in like 4.5 minutes. Okay, so we're back reviewing CSS layouts and effects. CSS transform property. The definition is that this property enables you to apply various transformations to elements, such as rotating, scaling, skewing, or translating them in 2D or 3D space. Translate function is used to move an element from its current position. The scale function allows you to change the size of the element. The rotate function allows you to rotate it. Skew function allows you to skew the element. I didn't see that. What is skew? Oh, that. Okay, so it's like a shearing type of thing. Interesting. Transforms and accessibility. If you're using transform to hide or reveal content, you make sure that the content is still accessible to screen readers and keyboard navigation. Hidden content should truly be hidden, such as by using display none or visibility hidden rather than simply being visibly moved off screen. So we could just add this to it. Let's see if this works in here. I actually don't know if it would work. Okay, so we looked at the box model, which is where every element is surrounded by a box, and this box consists of 4 components. You have the content area, which is in the center, the padding around the content, the border around the padding, and the margin, which is outside of the border. So the content area is the innermost part of the box. It's the space that contains the actual content of an element, like text or images. The padding is the area immediately after the content area. It's the space between the content area and the border of an element. The border is the outer edge or outline of an element in the CSS box model. It's the visual boundary of the element, and the margin is the space outside the border of the element. Determines the distance between the between an element and other elements around it, and we're going to talk about margin collapse right after this, because the natural extension now from there. So let's get the box model content here. Take a note there. And so the definition of margin collapse is the behavior where vertical margins of adjacent elements overlap. And then the result is that a single margin is equal to the larger of the two. So that's how the calculation is done by the browser. So this behavior applies only to vertical margins, top and bottom, and not to the horizontal margins, left and right. Right. Now, content box and border box property values, property value. Box sizing property is used to determine how the width and height are calculated for an HTML element. So it's the final width and height. The final width. So the actual width and height of the element. Content box is where the width and height that's set for an element determines the dimensions of the content area, but they don't include the padding, border, or margin. And then the border box is where the width and height include the content area, the padding, and the border, but they don't include the margin. And so that's, it doesn't include the margin. What I thought. They were doing calculations, I think, last time that were including the margin. And I thought that was not correct. Or I misunderstood something. So let's copy. This code here. Do this here. And a CSS reset is a style sheet that removes all or some of the default formatting that web browsers apply to HTML elements. Third-party options for CSS resets include sanitize.css and normalize.css. And the CSS filter property, which we played around with last week, is used to create various effects, such as blurring, color shifting, and color adjustment. The blur function applies a Gaussian blur to the element. The amount is defined in pixels and represents the radius of the blur. The brightness function adjusts the brightness of the element. Value of 0% will make the element completely black, while values of 100% will increase the brightness. Contrast function adjusts the contrast of the element. A value of 0 will make the element completely gray. 100% will make the element appear normally. And values greater than 100% will increase the contrast. The grayscale function. This function converts the element to grayscale. The amount is defined as a percentage, where 100% is completely grayscale and 0% leaves the image unchanged. Sepia function applies a sepia tone to the element. Like grayscale, it uses a percentage value. And hue rotate is not a command to your friend named Hue. It is a function that applies a hue rotation to the element. It is the value that is defined by degrees and represents a rotation around this the color circle. The circle color circle. The circle of color. And we attest that we have reviewed. We have reviewed it. I promise you. Don't test me. Well, do test me, but gonna be the answer is gonna be yes. I did remember. Okay. So working with the CSS Flexbox. On to this main topic of today is working with Flexbox. And so we're going to do the theory. What is CSS Flexbox? When should you use it? What are some common Flexbox properties and whatnot? And we're going to do some labs and some workshops here. Let's see how much of this is this. And right next to this, I have the Flexbox documentation up from MDN. And look at this. They also have a learning outcomes for this one. Why Flexbox? Maybe I'll do both of these. Okay. This is... looks like it's like halfway decent. Flexbox is a one-dimensional layout method for arranging items in rows or columns. Items flex, expand to fill additional space, or shrink to fit into smaller spaces. This article explains all the fundamentals. Structuring content, fundamental text for layout, CSS layout fundamental concepts. That's interesting. So, what does Free Code Camp say? They say the exact same thing. Is it plagiarism? CSS Flexbox is a one-dimensional layout model that allows you to arrange elements in rows and columns within a container. You can also control their order and orientation. Okay. Web developers use it to create responsive websites and web applications that adapt to different screen sizes and orientations. We refer to Flexbox as a one-dimensional layout model because it focuses on arranging elements along a single axis at a time. The axis can be either horizontal or vertical. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I kind of like was starting to understand that it was a one-dimensional thing where you're only able to control the direction. Well, you can control the cross, so you control the axis and the cross axis. But I guess it's mainly like focused on the axis that you're defining. So there's two key concepts that you should know before you start working with Flexbox: flex container and flex item. So a flex container is an HTML element with a flex layout. You can arrange and align items or elements in various ways within a flex container, and to make an HTML element a flex container, you need to add display flex to its CSS style. So this is a note that I want to take here, because this is rather important. I hope it will probably be quizzed on it, but I think it's important. And then flex items are direct children of a flex container. Okay. They can be arranged and aligned within a flex container based on its properties. They can also shrink or expand to fit the available space. So in this example with a main container and 3 div elements, so the main container has 3 child elements. If you set only width, height, and background color to these div elements in the style sheet, every child element will be placed on its own row because the container is not flexed by default. Okay. We need an interactive thing. Can we do interactive? So if I do it without flex, it's placed on its own row. I see that. There's also no spacing in between the rows. There's no margin. But if you add display flex to the main container, the div elements will be arranged to fit on the same row and they will shrink if necessary. So we can enable the interactive editor. See the previews here. So yeah, they are different size. They'll shrink if necessary. Okay. By default, a flex container will be a block level element, so the container itself will be on its own row relative to other elements and containers. What does that mean? A block level element. What is a block level element? Let's look up that block level content. Content that participates in block layout. In a block layout, boxes are laid out one after the other vertically, beginning at the top of the containing block. Ooh. Each box's left outer edge touches the left edge of the containing block. A block level element always starts on a new line. In horizontal writing modes like English or Arabic, it occupies the entire horizontal space of its parent element and vertical space equal to the height of its contents, thereby creating a block. So P elements put into a div, the P elements are block level by default. That is why they are displayed in block layout. Okay. And so there is spacing automatic there. There is margin, an automatic margin there. Inline level content as well. Okay. So now that we know more about flex containers and flex items, we should also know about the flex properties. These properties determine how flex items will be arranged, resized, and distributed within the flex container. Some of the most commonly used ones are flex direction, which can be set to, column or row. And they'll get into that, I think. Justify content, align items. So there's also justify items, I think, as well. And then flex wrap. Now, let's talk a little bit about the flex model. This model defines how flex items are arranged within a flex container. Every flex container has two axes, the main axis and the cross axis. Every container, two axes. So, okay. Orientation of these axes determines how different properties will affect the layout and distribution of the flex items. By default, the main axis of a flex container is horizontal and the cross axis is vertical. Different properties will affect the layout. Okay, I read that sentence and that whole paragraph, and it just went out of my mind. I don't. I didn't retain that. Let's think about. Let's clear my head for a second, and I'm gonna copy and paste the link to this thing here. Oh god, it's rough going this morning. I spent a lot of time yesterday working on a script, a Python script to generate thumbnail images for these streams. And it's just basic thing, you know. Just have a base image and then just want to add text over top of it. And I was pretty much all done. It was all set. Had the program was all written. It was working great. Made it a command line, interface to accept arguments and pass arguments through from the command line, and have some help text, for future when I forget about it and I have to come back to it. Excuse me. But then I decided, hey, this is great. Why not try to make it run from everywhere in my directory? So you add the directory to the path. Did a shebang thing at the top of the script. That I found an example of online where you could do that with calling UV. So you have to actually find your environment variables and then call UV from there, and then run it script. So then it parses the input, the scripts and dependencies, and suddenly it didn't work. It wasn't working. I did the whole change mod thing and that, and made it an executable. Nothing. Every time I would go back to go into the terminal, it wasn't there. So I was I went down this rabbit hole, trying to find out why. What do I need to add to the path in order to get it to work? And I was adding things, and then after I added them, I decided, okay, so that doesn't work, so I might as well just delete it from the path. And I think I deleted something from the path that I shouldn't have, because then something else broke. Yeah, and then we gotta go on break. Something else broke. Yeah. So that was fun. And then I spent 2 hours trying to fix that. That was it. And it turns out I needed to add the folders to the I need to add the folders to the path for the scripts that I was running, but I had to add it to my user path, my user variables, my user environment variables in Windows, not the system environment variables. I don't know why. So dumb. Yeah, so that was 2 hours that I wasted there. So that's why my brain is kind of messed up today. I'm also quite tired. Let's go finish this this theory section up on CSS Flexbox. So we're talking about the two axes that every Flex container has, the main axis and the cross axis. The orientation of these axes determine how different properties will affect the layout and distribution of the Flex items. So by default, the main axis of a Flex container is horizontal and the cross axis is vertical. Flex items are arranged in the direction of the main axis. The cross axis is perpendicular to the main axis. And this is why it gets so freaking confusing for trying to center things and trying to move things around. Because, you know, depending on the direction, content and like aligning and justifying are different things. Yeah, so that's what, and hopefully we'll understand that a lot better in this Pomodoro. Let's see. The flex direction property sets the direction of the main axis. The default value is row, which places all of the flex items on the same row in the direction of the browser's default language, left to right or right to left. Okay. To reverse the items in the row, you can use flex direction row reverse. Okay, interesting. And that's fun. That is fun indeed. If we change the width of these things, like what happens? 90 increases. Can I make it like even larger? So there's like some max width that it has, and so I guess it's probably going to have a max width of 100% by default, by the looks of it. Okay. Interesting. So that doesn't really change anything though, because like first div, second div, and third div, that didn't change anything. Oh, did it? Oh, there it goes. Okay. There it is. Okay, so that does change the orientation there. So this will reverse the order of the flex items. If you want to align the flex items vertically instead, you can set the flex direction to column, and this will change the direction of the main axis. And I'm betting that you can do column reverse, right? So if we do Felx direction, there we go. So column reverse, column reverse, column, camera 1, camera 2. There we go. Okay. Now the div elements will be aligned vertically because the main axis will be vertical and the cross axis will be horizontal. You can also reverse the order of the flex items vertically with flex direction column reverse. just like we saw not but a minute ago. CSS Flexbox is a powerful layout model that provides a flexible and efficient way to arrange elements within a container. By understanding the key concepts of flex containers, flex items, and various flex properties, you can create dynamic and responsive websites that adapt to different screen sizes and orientations. Okay. So what's the primary purpose of CSS Flexbox? To control the font size of elements? No, to create responsive and dynamic layouts. Which of the following CSS properties is used to control the direction in which child elements are arranged within a flex container? Oh, it's going to be flex direction. In the flex model, what is the relationship between the main axis and the cross axis? The main axis is always horizontal, while the cross axis is always vertical. Is not correct. Would that it were so simple. The main axis and cross axis are always perpendicular to each other. There we go. Yeah, so common flex properties is what we'll explore here. So, and also, please consider sending a donation free Code Camp's way if you appreciate any of these live streams, these videos. They're providing me with so much good educational material, and I'm learning so much from them. So definitely consider sending a donation their way. Or if you'd like to get rid of those pop-ups on this stream, you can send me a donation. And hopefully we can make a little bit as much. So they're not, I should be careful. They're not donations, they're tips. Send me tips. And I can then send a donation to Free Code Camp for whatchamacallit. Oof. We're getting rid of that pop-up. Okay, so quite a bit of flex properties to work through here. How do they work? Flex properties are properties that you can apply to flex containers to determine the distribution of child elements. It's good to know. So flex properties, we can say applied. Flex containers. Distribution of child elements. Here we go. So we'll cover some of the most commonly used ones: flex wrap, justify content, and align items. Let's start with flex wrap. This property determines how flex items are wrapped within a flex container to fit the available space. It can take 3 values. So let's go ahead and do that there. No wrap. Wrap reverse. And wrap. No wrap, wrap, and wrap reverse. Let's see. So no wrap is the default, so flex items won't be wrapped onto the next line. So even if their width exceeds the container's width. So in the code below, we have 3 div elements, and so let's focus on the width. Even if their width exceeds the column's width. Interesting. Okay. The container's width, I mean. So let's focus on the width. The main container bordered in red has a width of 200 pixels, while its 3 div elements have a width of 240 pixels with 80 pixels each. So they're combined. Where that? Okay. That's cool. So we're doing no wrap. Then the width of the div elements exceeds the width of their container, but by default they will be shrunk to fit the available space. If you do not want to wrap them when they exceed the width in their container, you can set flex wrap a wrap on the flex container. And then so this is what I was looking at on whatchamacallit, when we were doing the styling forms, and we built this thing. See if we can zoom in. When we were doing this thing, the first card, we had the cards. I needed to set the wrap, the flex wrap to wrap so that it would go to the next line. Spent a lot of time trying to figure that out, remember? And then if I knew this, I wouldn't have spent that much time. So it's good to know. Let's see. Excuse me 1 second. Okay. So if I do something like this, let's go with this. If we do margin 0 auto, it centers them. Look at that. Look at that, centering them along there. I wonder if I do it to the container, there we go. Okay, so this is top and bottom. So if I do 3 pixels there, then we get some spacing top and bottom. We also do just like 1 rem, give it a little bit of spacing with the font size. And so that's adding both of them together, I think. So 0.5 rem. So I can do like let's do a div after the content here and go. There's some text. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Could also do this. Translate the X in the or hang on. Transform in the translate the X as a negative 0.5 rem. Would that work? No? Really? That won't work? Can't put the text above there? That's interesting. Go font. Yeah, so that looks like about 1 rem of spacing between them. So the margins didn't collapse there. And why didn't they? Why didn't they collapse? Why did the margins not collapse? That is a question. So it shouldn't it take 1, shouldn't it just be 1 rem if I put it to 1 rem? Why did the margins not collapse? It's interesting. Don't understand that part. Anyway, okay. So, okay, so we understand wrap. You can also do wrap reverse. That's fine. Like we could do it like this. Wait a minute. And that just reverses the order, which is interesting because then the overflow, it doesn't go just changing the colors. We put the first one on the top there. That's weird. That is weird. Div elements will be rearranged in rows when they exceed their width of their container, and so you can wrap flex items in reverse order with flex wrap reverse. The flex flow property is a shorthand property for flex direction and flex wrap. Column wrap reverse. Okay. Cool. We'll take a look at the flex flow here and here. So we can set flex flow as flex direction and then flex wrap are the two things there. So we'll talk about justify content. It aligns the child elements along the main axis of the, what do you call it? Aligns children along main axis. So if we're going the rows, and then that's just our, horizontally, that's how we generally think about justifying something. Like if we're thinking about in word processors, we generally think of justify affecting how the text is centered or distributed along the horizontal. You can be set to the left, or justifying can also extend it to both ends. So make sure that you have everything equally spaced, basically. Or there's some algorithms or whatever for handling justify, but basically you are making sure that there is a character at the beginning of the line and at the end of the line. And so we're generally thinking about justify handling the horizontal. But if your flex direction is column, then justify is handling the vertical, which is messing me up. Okay, gotta remember that's not how it works. So if we do justify content being flex start, oh gosh, don't get started with that. Okay, so flex start, the start of the main axis. So flex start is the and then I guess flex end is the end of the end of main axis. Okay. And so they're showing it there, but you can do flex end and then you see that it, okay, so it justifies to the end. Okay, can you distribute it then? What other values do we have for it? Let's see. Do they give us the other? Okay, there's space evenly. Space evenly. You can do a whole bunch of stuff here. Space evenly. So that's generally what we want, right? Space evenly, space between, Space between, that's fun. Space around, is that the same? Oh, so there's equal space, equal margins, and then there's like a double margin in between. So there's the right margin that's added to the left margin. So the right margin of the first element, and then that's added to the left margin of the second element, and so you get that full margin in between. Interesting. Okay. What other things do we have that we can do here? Safe didn't seem to do anything. I don't know what that does. Right, you can do right. That's also just, directionally. Do left. How about center? You can center it. So we can center the content. Okay. I don't know what else we can do because I can't really see above there. It's just the fault of the way that they have this display. The overflow doesn't come outside of there. I like center. The center's fun. Okay. But I like this space around. Space around gives a little bit of padding on the outside, and then or a little bit of margins on the outside. But then, there's good amount of space in between them too. Okay. So we did look at space around. Space between, and then space evenly. Yeah, so that's fun. So you can use justify content center if you center the flex items along the main axis. So you can do left, center, right. So we'll calculate. So sometimes left will be available and left and right will be available, and sometimes it won't, right? Sometimes it'll be top and bottom. So this is for flex direction row, and then we have top, center, bottom, I think for column. Is that right? Okay. I think that's right. So if we do this as flex and we do so you can do space around, but the problem is that you have to set the height here. So let's do the height as like 80% the viewport height, and then see that's how. So let's make it 50. We gotta take another break. I'm really getting into this right now though. So let's take a quick one though. Alrighty. So we're messing around with all these space between things. So if I do, like, I could do center here, and then it does that. But now it's going to be top or bottom. No? Wait. No? It doesn't exist? How do you do this? This is why it confuses me. You would think that along the the column axis that there would be something that is akin to left, center, and right. That's how I would think about it. But it's not. There's nothing. What? Left, right, safe. Oh my God. You have to do flex start and flex end. That's why it's confusing. That is why it's confusing. So I have to stop thinking about it as left, center, and right. I think these are like the wrong things. Okay, so danger here. Let me actually take a note here. How do I want to do this? I think I want like a call out, but I forget how I can do this. Warning, maybe? Does this work? I don't remember if this works or not. I can do it like this. Oh shoot. Wait, which one is it? That one. It won't work that way. Can't do a call out that way. Oh, it does. I just have to be in view mode. Okay. Okay. Alright, so it's not quite the way this is supposed to go. Not quite the way it's supposed to go, but there we are. It does not use use flex start and flex end instead. Yeah. That's my note to myself. So I don't forget this. I'll never forget this. You really screwed me, Justify. Justify has screwed my brain up. Justify content flex end items are aligned to the end of the main axis horizontally or vertically. Center the flex items along the main axis. You can use justify content center, of course. So you can also use justify content center. Remember for this, right? We can use center. center works. So we'll say top and bottom do not. Okay. Justify content, flex, and center. Yeah, we covered that. Okay, so just to distribute the elements evenly along the main axis, you can use space between. That was a good one. The space between. Space around. I like that one. That's pretty cool. Distributes flex items evenly within the main axis, adding a space before the first item and after the last item. This additional space is half of the space between each pair of adjacent items. If there's one item to distribute, it will be centered. Well, that makes sense. Last but not least, space evenly. Wait, what was this space between? Yeah, space between. So they go adjust. So they fit at the start and the end. There's no spacing. But then there's just space in between the elements and not on the outside. Space evenly will space evenly along the main axis, so they're distributed. You have the same distance from the left edge of the container to the left edge of the child element, the first child element, and that spacing is the same as the spacing between the right edge of the first child element and the left edge of the second child element. It's hard to think about these things and like, okay. And then all the way through. Okay, so that makes sense. So we explored that a little bit. Good. Okay, so great. Now we know how to distribute flex items along the main axis. Now also want to distribute them along the cross axis. Remember that the cross axis is perpendicular to the main axis, and you can do this with align items property. To center the items along the cross axis, you need to add align items center. Why would you think? You know that guy? I think his name is Bobby Finn. See his YouTube shorts all the time, and he does like he has got the whiteboard, and he plays like a dialogue between himself as the teacher at the whiteboard and himself as a student sitting there with a notepad. And I just think about this, like using that format for this. Like why would you think? No, it's not. So you have left, center, right works on the main axis. You have top and bottom works for if the column. No. Why would you think? No, it's because. Yeah. It's wrong. Align item center. Okay, so there we go. So you have justify content. So justify content adjusts items that are inside the along the main axis. Should be align content should adjust items that are inside of the, or items along the cross axis, right? No. It's align items. You just need to add align item center to the flex container. They don't explain what align items means. Let's see if they have a example here. Let's try to see. Why is it justify content, but then it's align items? Why is it content for one axis and items for the other? It does not make sense. What does justify items do then? Justify items is ignored in Flexbox. That's why. Align content doesn't exist. Why? Why do some things? This is what makes me insane about the CSS spec. It exists in some. In some layouts, it exists. Has no effect on single line flex containers, no wrap. Seriously, this drives me insane. It drives me insane. Okay, get it together. Let's get it together. They don't have an... they didn't explain what align items does on a... as a definition. They only... It's not a definition. That's just an example. It's the old like Socrates thing. Like you haven't defined it. You've only given me an example of it. Try to find it from here. Okay. It sets the aligned self value of all direct children as a group. Okay. Now I need to understand what aligned self does. What is aligned self? Doesn't that mean that it's aligning itself inside of a container? It's aligning the self being the element that's inside the container. Not overrides a grid or flex items, align items value in grid. It aligns the item inside the grid area. In Flexbox, it aligns the item on the cross axis. It drives me crazy about this spec. It's like everybody was responsible. Like when they were handing out layouts, they were like, okay, you do this one, you do the flex layout, you do the grid layout, but you should use the same language. And they use the same language, but they're referring to different fucking things. So, oh my god. It's like the problem, like a lot of like mathematics, is that like you refer to something in one field as something, and then in another field it's something that's totally different. So it's like different definitions. Oh. It's maddening. It's maddening. It's insane. It's just like insane to learn. Let me see if anybody else does. Anybody else have a problem with this? Um, um, most frustrating layout problems for, well, like it's not a problem with the layouts. I don't have a problem with the layouts. I have a problem with the language used. Um, they're inconsistent is what I'm trying to say, right? Um, that's the problem I have, is that that like the properties refer to different things based on the choice of display. So you have block and inline things. Read for two-dimensional. Makes sense. I mean, it all, like the choices. I'm not saying that like the. I don't care like that. They're they have their own thing. It's just that like the. It's just more to learn. It's more to learn when you do it this way, and so then it just gets confusing when you use the same words for different things. That makes it confusing. It's like because they wanted to have cohesion between like switching a layout but saving the same properties, seeing what the difference is there or something like that, right? It's just so it's maddening. It's maddening to me. I don't understand it. Um so like I would even go as far as saying like you should be more explicit with this. It should be align flex items, align grid items, specify which layout this property is referring to. Like, because otherwise it's just so hard to keep in my head. Like, that align items, oh, what's the definition? Oh, well, it depends on which layout you're in. So grid has like a row and then block. Is that what it is? They don't even mention block. They don't even mention block. They don't even mention block in the thing that you are linking to. How am I supposed to learn this? They don't even mention it. You link to grid areas. It says, oh yes, it controls the alignment of items on the block axis within grid areas. You go to grid areas and you search for block. Block doesn't exist. Block, they don't mention block anywhere in here. They don't mention block axis. They don't mention what a block axis is. I gotta go back here first and then come over here. That's why. Oh, gosh. Okay. Block axis. Block axis. Let's see. The block or column axis. The column axis. I'm getting all riled up at this. Let me know if anybody else has had trouble with this, because I'm like, it's really set me back a lot. Just like trying to understand different layouts based on the properties and stuff, and so the different properties, like they just make it just different sense. So you have to learn a lot more. It makes it so you have to learn so much more. I don't know. You have to keep more ideas in your head and more things, you know, in your head about it. It takes a lot longer than to learn that way. Align items, flex start. So flex start, flex end. I think we have a good handle on that. So align items in flex layout. Controls where items sit on the cross axis. So it's going to be different than whatchamacallit. But in grid, it's going to be the column axis. So you think grid is row by column. I don't know. Alrighty, let's figure this stuff out. So align items, distribute things along the cross axis. Okay. Center, we'll center them. Flex start. Flex end. Okay. You can also stretch items. Align stretch. So we can align items as stretch. You can do your flex start and flex end. And you can do center. Okay. Flex end, flex center. Do stretch. If the corresponding width or height is unset. Or min width, min height. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. So finally, we can use align self. Align self. Okay. So you set align self to items inside of the container, right? So the special one gets that extra stretch element. Okay, gets that extra stretch thing. Okay. Applied to a flex child. True. Set. Cross axis. So you also have justify self, I think, as well. Does that work? Or does it even make sense for justifying yourself? Does it make sense to justify yourself? I don't know. You can center it. Flex start. So all the other stuff applies. There are other flex properties and values that you can choose from to create the responsive layout that you envision, but these are the most commonly used ones. With these CSS Flex properties and your new knowledge of the CSS Flex model, you can start creating responsive layouts to create a smooth and inclusive user experience across devices. Okay, fine. Okay. Which CSS property is used to align child elements horizontally by default within a Flex container? That's Flex direction. Which CSS property is used to align child elements vertically by default? That's wait a minute, this is align child elements horizontally by default. It's justified content, and then this is align on, and that's by default. Yeah. Flex flow property handles flex direction and flex wrap. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. That was maddening. I don't know. I'm upset with that. Okay, we're gonna learn about grid. They put it off for much further down the road for some reason. Oh gosh. Okay, so we're learning flex, and then we're applying flex to most of this stuff, and then we'll tackle grid at the end. Okay. So we're going to tackle Flexbox photograph, whatchamacallit, photo gallery. And that doesn't look half bad as far as these projects go. Could add some shadow to the boxes and whatnot, make it look a little cooler. But this looks pretty good. You've got these boxes flow into that, and we probably are going to have make it responsive so that the things like expand to fill the container. So let's get into this. I'll bring it down to here. We'll put the preview somewhere else. So I'll put the preview up against here. Okay. So the first thing to do, as usual, is to link the style sheet. I should just have this as a Spanso thing or something. So you use it so often. Just want to do it real quickly and move ahead here. So we're going to add a header element within the body. That's going to provide a little bit of information here. We're going to create an H1 element that says CSS Flexbox photo gallery in lowercase. And I guess, are we going to handle like text? Oh, we should have a class. Of header to the header element. Okay, cool. Why is that necessary? Seems redundant. Are you going to have? Are you in the practice of making multiple headers in your HTML, in your semantic HTML? We're going to create a new div element. We're going to assign that the class of gallery. So that makes sense. Then inside of this, we're going to have 9 image elements. And then I guess we're going to have source for all of them. There we go. Inside of each of these, we need a source attribute, of course. Source is a source, of course, and no one likes a source, of course. Okay, so what we're going to do here is just do it for this one, and then I'm just going to duplicate it and delete those other ones. Photo gallery /1.jpg. Japang. Okay, now what we'll do is we will let's go here. Delete that. Yeet that. Yeet it. You better believe it. You better believe that. And now I can just do copy that. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 copies. So we can do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shouldn't we like just pull this from somewhere? There we go. Did I not do that correctly? HTTPS? Are you kidding me? There we go. Okay. There's all the kitty cats there. And in order to better visualize how your elements are sized, we're going to add a border. We're going to give the thing. Oh, you know what? Let's share this link in the chat here. Just in case somebody comes and visits me. I'm going to give our gallery element a width of 50% and a border of 5 pixels with a solid outline in red. There we go. Okay, so it doesn't quite cover the whole thing. Why is that? We're going to give our image elements width of 100%, some padding with 5 pixels all around, and we're going to give it a border of 5 pixels solid blue. There we go. Okay. It looks funky as hell. That's weird. Notice how the blue image border extends beyond the red border, gallery border. This is due to the way that browsers calculate the size of container elements. The box sizing property is used to set this behavior. By default, the content box model is used. And with this model, when an element has a specific width, that width is calculated based only on the element's content. Padding and border values get added to the total width, so the element grows to accommodate these values. Try setting box sizing to content box on the global selector. We're doing a reset. Okay, that didn't really change anything. You're using the default value. Oh, well, okay. The border box sizing model does the opposite of content box. The total width of the element, including page border, will be the explicit width set. Content of the element will shrink to make better room. There we go. Make better room. And now it fits within there. So it fits all prettily there. I don't know why this... Well, okay, I do know why, because we set it to 50%. Why don't we make it larger? Should have made it like 80% or something. It should fit 100%. Now that we figured out the box styling approach, you can clean up the CSS and added To the changes, we're going to remove the gallery and image selectors and the rules within. Okay. That was it. That was what you wanted to demonstrate. Okay. Now your images are too big. We're going to create gallery image selector and target them with a width of 100%. And we'll give them a max width of 350 pixels for each there. And then so we'll also set the height property to 300 pixels to keep your images a uniform size. And now they've squashed those. You squashed some of them though. So from the body element, we're going to remove the margin. So we'll set to 0. We're going to set the font family to sans serif. And we're going to set a background color to some kind of like grayish color, brownish, beigeish color. Off-white, a bit of an off-white color. So we're gonna align our header. So how are we gonna get these kitty cats to not be squished and squashed and stretched and whatnot? We're gonna align our header text in the center. We do that with align text. Center. No. You can't align text in there for center. Text align. That's what it was. That was the name of the property. And then we're going to set text transform to uppercase. And now it's all uppercase. There we go. We're going to give it a padding of 32 pixels on all sides. We're going to set the background. Can we set the background just to that? We can. And we're going to add a border bottom. 4 pixels, solid, and it's going to be this kind of let's see, it's bluish, this white, light blue. No, it's orange. It's like orange color. Okay, we have the red there, the green. Okay, so I was like, yeah, green and that. Okay, so they're okay with it being like that. Okay. So Flexbox is a one-dimensional CSS layout that can control the way items are spaced out and aligned within a container, and to use it, we'll give it an element of display property of flex. So this will make the property, make the element a flex container. Any direct children of a flex container are called flex items. We're gonna use a gallery selector, and we're gonna make it a flex container. And our kitty cats got all squished. We have squished it. We done squished them. They've been squished. Well, that's weird. Shouldn't this move out of the way? Because I'm over there. That should move out of the way. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so something else was overriding that. For some reason. Okay, so Flexbox has a main and cross axis. We're going to set the flex direction, which has 4 properties, 4 possible values, of course. Row, row, reverse, row, 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 reverse, column, column, reverse. Axes and directions will be different depending on the text direction. The values shown are for a left to right direction. We're going to try to see what the values are, how they react to a layout. You're just gonna do it as a row, and there's no point. I don't understand. But we will apply the flex wrap. So you don't really need to set the flex direction. Like, we could get rid of that. And so the cats will now spread out here. They'll be all nice. Okay, so we can just get rid of that. Like, we don't need that part. It's fine. Like, it's fine right there, right? Let's see, because alrighty. Let's move along. Justify the content property. Oh, you know what? I didn't even get the whatchamacallit set up. How many steps were in here? How many steps are in here? I have that set. I do have it. Check this out. Sponsored web design certification. We have this. We're up to CSS, Flexbox model, and the Flexbox photo gallery is 22 steps. So I will do action and we'll set steps as 22. There we go, and now we'll set our thing up there. Look how cool that is. That's nifty. Go back to kitty cat land here, and we'll tab into here. We're going to justify the content, and we're going to center it. Center it in that little gallery there. That looks good. It looks good. Maybe we want space between, don't we? We're going to align items along the cross axis, and then so in this direction we're going to have the vertical be the cross axis. We'll center them there. It doesn't make a difference right now because the height is already given by it's fitted. You know, height is determined by the content in this one. So we're going to give our gallery selector padding that is 20 pixels on the top and bottom and 10 pixels on the horizontals. And then we're going to give a max width of 1400 pixels and a margin that's 0 auto to center it. Which doesn't really do much because we're already centered anyway. But you notice how some of your images have become distorted. This is because the images have different aspect ratios. Rather than setting each aspect ratio different, you can use the object fit property to determine how images should behave. We covered that earlier. Oh, I don't know if we did that on this on these streams. We might have. I don't think we did. I did that earlier. For sure. Basic CSS was backgrounds, borders. I think it was design. Was it in design? No. When did I do that? Maybe I did it on my own. I might have done that on my own. Wait a minute. Was it not CSS? Was it something else? We did all this stuff. Did all that other stuff. We're gonna take lunch, and we're gonna come back. We're gonna finish up these steps here. So we are on step number 18. So we're almost done. But we're gonna take a lunch, and we're gonna come back refreshed here, and you should too. Okay, we are back. Just a minute late here. What's going on here? How come we're a little messed up here? Is everything good? My OBS is being a little weird. It's being a little weird. Okay. I just saw that Al wait, what's his name? Schweigert on Blue Sky announced that there's a new Humble Bundle. This one looks great. Al Schweigert, the author of Automate the Boring Stuff. This is a rare, all killer, no filler bundle here. So I'm sharing that with the chat. Yeah, this is a great bundle. I'm gonna get this one. Yeah, this is fantastic. I'm gonna actually do this right now. Get this one. We'll do the usual. We gotta log in first though, so do that off screen. Okay, gotta log in though. Let us see where we go. We're gonna finish up this Flexbox photo gallery in a minute. Just gonna do this one here. Okay. I am logged in. So this one goes to, it supports the Python Software Foundation. So this will help keep Python developers funded so they can focus on this stuff, you know, on keeping Python a robust language. So yeah, so I'll do this, and I'll probably end up doing like 90 days of Python and stuff as well, and extend my understanding of that. Although, you know, I kind of like, I understand Python so kind of well at this point that I could just like read these books and learn a bunch of stuff. Don't necessarily need to have every whatchamacallit. Don't necessarily need to work with examples with a terminal running. Okay. There we go. Shucks. Okay. Well, is that one not? Okay, I need to do something real quick. Okay. John Green streaming Red Dead Redemption. That's fun. I wonder if he's doing that for some kind of charity thing or something. The Project for Awesome is usually what he works with. Okay. There we go. So we should be able to do this here. Oh shoot. Okay. Shoot. I'm gonna have to do this later. Really? Should be updated. Should be updated. Oh, I see. Okay. That's my other thing. Why does it do that? It should have the new one. Oh, okay, I see. Wait a minute. That's why. No shit. Okay. It's all fucked up. It's all fucked up now. What? Why is it doing it like that? Oh my gosh, come on, man. Let's go back. Hmm. There it goes. Okay. There we go. I'll get my books. We'll do this later. Oh, they got Mobi format as well. That's so nice. Okay. And then we got that. Let's go back here. There it goes. Boy, I am so tired today. It is Monday, and I am tired. Okay. All right, so that's already put through, so that should help. Okay. Okay, then. We should be all set. Okay, back to the issue at hand here. We are on step number 18. We're going to notice how some of the images have become distorted like we did where we left off. We want to put the object fit property for our images. To be set to cover. So that will tell the image to fill the image container while maintaining the aspect ratio, resulting in cropping. So there's other ways to do this. Let's see. Really, I can't do... They don't let me see what the other options are. Maybe the next step. Maybe the next step they'll let me do that. They do that with some of these things. You can sometimes do control space, and it'll come up with some code hints here. Apparently that's not working though. Okay. So we need some space in between these guys here. I'm gonna give the gap, which is known as gutters between rows and columns. Those gutters. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over to our note. Justify self, does that exist? The gap property, shorthand for row gap and column gap? Gap property here. The gutters. Sets the gap between rows and columns. So that is interesting. So rather than having margins or something around, you can set it to 16. Let's see. Or we can set this to. We can set it to 16 pixels. And now there's a gap between them. But now the cats are out. They're too far apart. Too far apart in my thing here. Smooth your images a bit. Can we like... There we go. That's better. I zoomed in too far, but it does respond. Look, if I zoom in, it responds. That's pretty cool. And yeah, max width is set to 350 pixels or something like that. Oops. Oh, I set the wrong thing. I gotta zoom in on this one. I think that's fine. So we're gonna set the border radius to 10 pixels and round out those corners a little bit and make them look a little like cards here. And you can become a supporter of Free Code Camp. Link is in the chat there. You can also donate to me there if you so wish to, which I greatly encourage and I appreciate. The after pseudo element creates an element that is the last child of the selected element. You can use it to add an empty element after the last image. If you give it the same width as the images, it will push the last image to the left when the gallery is in a 2-column layout. So right now it is in the center because you set justify content center. Okay, so we're going to do this to images, I think. So, or gallery. So in the gallery, you're going to set an after. Okay, and then we're going to insert some content. That's just that. That's just the spacer there. And so we're going to set the width to 350 pixels so that it squashes it, I guess, or the, yeah, does something like that. So the image's max width is 350 pixels. So we're setting the width of it to that. So if I zoom in, we have that. If we zoom out, I can't really tell because there's 9 of them, so they're already all set. So I'm kind of not sure what we would do for that. I like to watch the squirrels outside. They were merry. Very merry squirrels out in the trees. There's a tree right outside in front of me. It's fucking great. Apatia loves it. So we have our couch right up against the window, facing out that way. And she'll jump up on the couch and whine at the squirrels that are in the tree right there. And there she's like gets right eye level with them. The alt image attribute should describe the image content. Screen readers announce the alternative text in place of images. If the image can't be loaded, this text is presented in place of the image. So to complete the project, we're going to add an alt attribute to all 9 of the cat images to describe them. We're going to use a value of at least 5 characters long. Okay. So alt here. What kind of cat is that? What kind of cat is number 1? They want us to give at least 5 characters for each one. Okay. I don't know what kind of cat that is. Is it a tuxedo cat? Is that what a tuxedo cat is? I think that's what it is. I think it's a tuxedo. Smelling like a plant leaf. This one is that calico? Is that what that is? Um, um, what kind of cat is this? Is that a tabby? Is that tab? I think that's tabby. The gray, black. Yeah, like a light brown. Tan tabby, black stripes, staring. Are they gonna keep my alt text, or are they gonna? Oh, because this is the last step, I think, right? I was gonna say. This is another tabby. Tabby boopin'. New boot. My disembodied finger. We're gonna take a break. Okay, I'm taking some time to really accurately describe these kitty cats here. Let's see, we got a cat down at the bottom that's like just peering its nose up. Let's see what he's doing. Cat. Close up of cat. He peeks his nose up. Over a what's kind of block thing. There we go. That does that one. We got to do another thing after this, I think, right? So we got that. Did we not finish all these? It says that we didn't do number 9. Let's just go ahead and get back to that. So we'll go back to this. Did they not? So we must have gotten janked up there. Okay. Yeah, we did do that. Okay, so design a set of colorful boxes is the next workshop to work on. Done with build a Flexbox photo gallery there, and we're gonna design a set of colored boxes. Here we go. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's design a set of colorful boxes. So I'm gonna share this with chat. And we will set our thing to, yeah, it went back to the other one. That's right. Number of steps to 43. And design a set of colorful boxes here. Very nice set of colorful boxes. There's not much going on in terms of fancy fonts, but we do accurately describe the color inside the box with a little text at the bottom. We've got an orange box and a red box and a blue one and a yellow one. They're all made out of ticky-tacky. They all kind of look the same, but they're different sizes. Different dimensions. Let's get going here. In this workshop, you will practice working with CSS Flexbox by designing a set of colored boxes. To begin, inside the body element, we're going to add a header element. And inside that header was a brain. And there's a brain, and its head was colored boxes. Okay. Yes. Why did I do it like that? I added a header, and that's all we did. Did I not do this correctly? layout. Oh, I didn't type the right thing. Okay. We're going to pop this out and put it over here. Okay. It's not going to look good for a moment. We got to set the background. We're going to link the styles. So linking styles is going to be a rel of style sheet. Style sheet, and the href is going to be /styles.css. And there we go. And I got to go back that way. There we go. We're on step 3 there. Okay. That progress bar, if something irks me about the size of the whatchamacallit. I should do an overflow of that. I might be able to do this now. I might be able to work with that. Let me see something. Let's see. Okay, we have CSS text. Text overflow is ellipse. That's fine. I like that. The label. And then so the label, the font size should be larger, should it not? Make it larger. Larger. Enhance. 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 Okay. The position is a little messy though. I don't understand what I did there. I made a real mess. Display block. I do it as block. That's okay. Okay. Okay, wait a minute though. How come the text stroke doesn't work? Oh, there it is. 12.1 M. 01M? 001M? 0001M doesn't work. What if I did 0.01 rem? That's smaller. Am I sure I want the fill color to be that and not the other color? Maybe I want it the other way. I think what I actually want is to do it this way. God, that looks terrible. Yeah, that looks awful. I think what we want is like a box shadow on that though. Oh shoot. Okay, no, we can't do it on the text. Can't do a shadow on the text. Shoot. Okay. Maybe I don't want that there. One pixel. That's too large. How can it be smaller than a pixel, though? Right? Isn't that weird? Well, you know, it'd be cool. So if it filled up around there. Okay, but that's not what I want. Okay, so I'm going to do something else here. Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay, never mind. Wait a minute. Stroke width Thin. Set it to thin. It doesn't quite look good. Like, I kind of like it without that. It's like just better going with 0. Text stroke color. You know what? Maybe we can make it not as bright. And then that's what I could do. We can make it not as bright. Oh, it still looks terrible. I just don't like having that stroke width. Okay, so we could just make it have a little hint of that, and then it kind of looks like a shadow. The problem is I just don't like this color. I think if we did D8EBFF, that's a little... No, it's not. It's not better. It's not better at all. If we did O8OFF. Oh, that's terrible. Okay, yeah, we really need... Okay, well that will work, and then we can do and then we could do that. That looks a little bit better. That looks a little bit better. We want to add a bit of padding on the left here. Just give me like, you know, a character or two. A character's good. I like a character. Okay. There we go. Can we center it actually? Let me see. You set it to block. Padding left. What if we did 0 auto? I think that's okay. I think that looks pretty cool. The other thing we wanted to do... Is that spacing? I think what we wanted... So... block height or something? Overflow, hidden. I can do, instead of block, I can do as flex here. Oh god, that's terrible. Wait a minute. Why is that? Line height is 2 rem. All right, well, that was all screwed up. I think I should go back to the block. No, it won't let me go back that far. Really? Okay, so display should be block. Zero auto. Can we do auto in the top as well? I don't think it does auto in that way. Okay. Why doesn't it center that? So here's what I'm working on. Trying to set this this progress bar. Let's see. Space it out. No, it doesn't really matter that direction. It's this direction. I can't maneuver that input box size. So height is 100% and the other is that one. I mean, it's gonna be 100%. Why do I even have that? Overflow's hidden. The color's that. Background color is that. Okay, yeah, and then a color. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Min height, max height. Max width, max height is 75. Displaying the block. Margin 0, for that one. Okay, maybe it was that. Maybe that was it. So we have display block here. We'll set this to 2 rem, I think. And then what we want, letter spacing. So the label for the progress bar is there. I don't know why I gave it an ID if I'm not even going to use that. But I mean, it's supposed to be tethered there if you're referencing it. Okay. Let's go ahead and hit OK just to save it. And then how high do I actually have it here? Oh, I don't like that. Wait a minute. 75. Width is 500. Why do I set max height or anything like that? What do I do with filters? Oh, I have a border on that. I don't need a border on that. What am I doing a border on that for? Wait a minute. I can set a border myself. I know how to do that. Why am I doing that? Look, I can do cool shit with borders too. You know, I can do cool shit with borders. Watch this. So on the progress bar, I think what we're showing. So on the body, what I can do is on the body, do a border. I can set border radius as Why didn't that work? That doesn't work? Okay, maybe it's on the progress bar? Not the progress bar. So we want it on the background, which is interesting. Really? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have to put this inside of a div. And we'll give this div class the container, you know. So, borders inside there, bodies inside there, background color. So here's what we'll do. Body background color, we're just going to get rid of all this stuff. All of this is going to be the container. Overflow hidden's there, but we need to move this up. Gosh, okay. Body here needs to be hidden there. The overflow is going to be hidden there. Okay, the background color is going to be it's going to be that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the alpha is 0. Max width is that. That's that. Font family there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess we could just do the RGBA like this. Do it like that. I don't understand why the background color is like that. The container. Oh, okay. I know why. Because it... Stupid thing. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now I can hit okay, save it. Okay, I should do this in a separate file. That's what I should do. That would be very smart. And I think what I should do is to do just that. So, where do I have this stuff? I forget. Forget where I actually have this stuff. We are off course here. but we're still on topic. We're off course but on topic, so that counts. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, hang on a second. Okay, hopefully we're back. That was really weird. Okay, I know what's happening here. Things are getting a little messy here. I think we're back. My streamer bot, I need to set to an action here. And so what I need to do with the streamer bot is with the ticker, what I need to do, ticker text, no, it's not ticker. What am I doing? It's progress bar, update progress bar, number steps. It's UV, update the number of steps, and then do this, read lines. So what I need to do is I actually need to change this to div, and the class is going to be container. And then we're going to change that because that's where the HTML is actually coming in, is from there. So we'll just hit OK for that. And that should update. Make sure that the timers are working. 1 minute timer is working. Okay, that's good. That should send it there. So we got all a little bit mixed up here. What I'm gonna do is open up that progress bar again, and hopefully, so this is just sending the text. Right, it is just sending the text, just changing the text. So I can change this with a CSS file. And hopefully, you know what I'll do? So let me disable this for a second. Progress bar, the update should not go through. Don't want it to update while I'm doing this. I think that's what happened, is that it tried to update while I was in the middle of trying to find the file. And before I could hit save, it messed up. So there's that. We're going to go back to here. And so we should be able to see our changes as they happen if I go back to here. So if I set this to 80 and save that, it should refresh at some point. Oh gosh, did it not refresh? It should refresh. Let me bring it back to... Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's add this. Let's enable that, and then let's run it. I think we could run it. Okay. Progress bar.css, and so the container background. Oh, I didn't change. There it goes. Okay. Okay, so our container is where we want to add the border radius. And here we can do a whole bunch of stuff. We can add a 3 pixel radius to our border, or a 30 pixel. Yeah, so what we want actually, so it's not the container. Why is it not the container? If you do a border radius there, it doesn't do that. It should work. Why does the border radius not work? It should. It should work for here. I have this set? Oh, there it goes. Okay, there it goes, because it didn't have the container. It took a minute. It took a minute to update the container thing. Okay, there we go. Okay, there it is. That's it. That's it. Okay, so we could do cool stuff with this. We could set the upper... Oops. We could set the upper one to 10. We could set the other corners to be 30. And then that would, like, change it as well. So it might take a moment to update because of the... Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so letter spacing there. We got the font there. We have a display of flex, which I don't think we need. But we do want to do a display block and then center it, basically. So I think that should center it. So for some reason it doesn't update unless we send. Maybe that's a problem. The max width is 450 for the label. That makes sense. So we could actually do max width of, let's say, 90%. And that kind of works as well. Yeah, look at that. It's like a 10 on the side and then a different one on the other side. And then the progress bar, I guess, is what we could set to the margin 0 auto. That centers it. A border radius of 7 pixels. Makes it like rounded there. You could just make it like 70 and it'll round it off there. You know, you do as many as you want. You do it as 500 or as the maximum width, you know. You do it with the viewport height. I think would probably work as well. Height. Although the viewport height could end up being pretty small. I'm not sure. It is better to do it that way. Okay, so the height of the progress bar is 20%. So I think what we could do, we could set this for viewport width or viewport height. If we did like 10% of the viewport height or something like that. Border radius, I wanna make it like larger up in that corner. Give it a 10 pixel over here, 30 pixels there, and a 20 pixel like in the corner, and you're gonna make some weird fucking thing. Let's see how that ends up being. So that's not centering it for some reason. It's really weird. Okay. Let's try to find it here. Okay, well that's interesting. That is interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. Have it update. And then when it updates, I'm gonna pause this here. So let's just pause it for a moment. I'm gonna turn that off, and then I think what I can do from here is update progress bar. You can have it like that. And then once it's updated, I think what I could do is hit an OK. Open it up again. And then from here, I think I can edit it here. And then what I'll do is what I will do there's something up in the corner there for some reason. I don't quite get it. Do it as 500 pixels, it still does the same thing. Maybe it's just the way it was. Okay. Max width is 100. I think that we don't need this. I don't think you need that. I think what we need to do is to do a margin 0 auto on that, and then overflow hidden. I could do this as like 30% of the viewport height. Okay. 50? Do it as 50. That seems like it's larger than it actually is. Why is that? And then we can do... We could set the height. Oh, and we could do box sizing border box. Is that what it was? And then we can set 500 pixels or 100% the viewport height. Yes, what we want. Could also do a box shadow, so we could do like a 999 times the viewport height, so then it leaves me a little bit of leeway there. Width wise is fine. That gets set auto. This should be centered. So the label be centered. Should be centered when we do like this, right? Why is it not? Why is it not centered? We have display block margin auto on here. Okay. Do flex. Letter spacing. Top and bottom there and auto there. Max width is 90%. White space is no wrap. Overflow hidden, white space, no wrap. Text flow. Overflow is ellipsis. That's how we get it to control the overflow. Weight is there, and then the letter spacing. Font size is 100, is 40% of the viewport. I don't think we want the border that big. I'm gonna cut it in half for those other ones. The container with the border radius. Oh, it didn't update? Really? Wait a minute. Oh, I didn't save it. Didn't save it. Maybe this. And let's go over to the CSS file. Can I, like, if I make changes to this, will it update? Oh, okay, so we know we don't need this one. What if we did a diff between the other one? Compare active file with the clipboard. There we go. Okay. So we added that. That doesn't do shit. So we took that out from... Wait. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Although, wait a minute. No. Okay. 40 rem margin auto. I want this one. Shoot. Okay. Clipboard on the left and on the right is progress bar. Okay, so that's what we want. We want to say height of 99 BH. Box sizing is what we want. Border box. I think we want to set padding around to be like 5 pixels at least. Okay. We were displaying flex. We displayed 40 VH. We're doing it as flex. And the border box, the border radius. We changed the border radius to be huge. 90 pixels, 10 VH. Okay. Did a box shadow on that. Did a border radius on there. Also had a box shadow on this. Um, um, okay, so I think we want that. So I can close that. Yeah. I'll just get rid of this one. Don't save it. Saving that doesn't do anything. So if I save it there and then go back to the file. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There we go. Wait a minute. If I save it. Oh, that's more? That's more? There we go. 2 in there, or we want it more down than up? Yeah. More down than sideways. Okay. This is almost right. The viewport height. So we want this to be 100%. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. That looks pretty cool. I want to say that looks really fucking gnarly. That's a pretty cool one. I'm happy with this. I am happy with this. The only other thing I want to change is maybe I want to do a min height for my progress bar. It's going to be 10. And so that needs to then push up against that. So we need a flex layout, basically. We need a flex layout here. Line content in the center. Does that even work? Okay. There we go. That's nice. Now we want to do the gap. The gap. 4 pixels. Here's what we want. We want justify content to be space between. It kind of works. That kind of does work. The only thing that is really the problem here, okay, is the progress bar, right? It's the color of this, the background color. We should be making it maybe like no, wait, what if I did it like that? Oh, it's so weird because it's the same color, isn't it? Okay. Well, that's fine like that. I think, what is happening with the color of the fill color? Because this should be like much darker. Can I do this without this? Oh gosh, that's terrible. Stroke color, design a set of that. Um, text shadow. Okay, so we can do a text shadow. And what I can do, is this the offset? 1 pixel, and then the blur? 2 pixel blur radius, and then I can do like this one. Okay, maybe that's what I wanted. I can get rid of this. Or, okay. The color of the label, I mean, should just be 001E3B. I don't understand why it was like the fill color would be different. Weird that I would use the WebKit for that. I don't know what the hell I was doing. I don't know what the heck was in my head there, but I was doing it. Okay. Okay, I don't think I like any of that. Let's save that. The text shadow? Is the text shadow just not working? Is this like a WebKit thing? Because it worked before. No. Text color? It's the emphasis color? I don't think it works. It's only for that. So text. We gotta look up text shadow. I totally like. Okay. So does it take the fourth? Does it take a fourth thing? Is there a spread radius on this? There is not. There's a blur radius, but there's no spread radius. So that's what I'm doing wrong. There it goes. Ooh. I like that. I like that a lot. I want it to be 2, maybe 3 in that direction, and then 5 there. I don't like it that much. I think I like it to be like that. I don't want it. I want it to be subtle, and it's not quite giving me what I want. I did 1 pixel blur radius, 2 pixels. That looks neat. I like that. I like that colorful boxes. I think what we actually want is to go in the other direction. Yes, that's what I want. I want it like 1 pixel that way, 1 pixel that way. There we go. That's nifty. There, justify. So we're going here, and we want the space between to be set for that. And then we want align items to be in the center. Okay, so I think this is looking good. The only thing is I don't have enough space in the top and the bottom, so I think what's happening is the margin maybe want to do just auto there. It doesn't quite work. So we can do the align in the block thing. So with flex, we can do it this way. Flex, we can do it that way. The gap, we need gap spacing. We need like at least some gap spacing. I just don't understand why. Okay, so we have some padding on the top and the bottom, which is good. Padding for us in the top and the bottom. The left and the right, we don't need as much. Are we doing anything based off of the WebKit size? So here it is. I think what we want to do is 40%. Oh gosh. Calculate 40% of the container. So how do we calculate that? Container height. Weird. So we're doing space between here. We have letter spacing in between. We have that. Text shadow max with no ellipses and that. There just seems to be... I don't have padding on here, do I? Do I have padding on the... Oh. Okay. Okay, wait. Because the container is too big. What if we did need to shrink it down a bit? So we did need some margin on the outside. So let's leave a little bit of margin. The top and the bottom. The left and the right, it seems like we just need that. So maybe we'll shrink that. And then we'll do top and bottom. Oh, you know what? I didn't restart the timer. I thought I started the timer. Did I not? Okay, I didn't restart the timer. Okay, there we go. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I'm off doing some goofy stuff here, so that's fine. We're on here. We just want to make sure that we get this right here. Let's see. Design and set a color for boxes. We want this to be like the background color of this. We want to be pretty cool. I think we did this like AA, maybe BB. I think would be pretty cool. It's too light, actually. We did it like that. Oh gosh. Okay, so there's a problem because it goes like... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We did it as AA. So it's a little bit lighter. Let's go with 90. I think that might be cool enough. And then so the rem we want is definitely 1.5 maybe at least. Okay, 40% of the viewport height. If we did 20 the viewport height. Hmm. Yeah, it's very weird. Okay. I think what I would like to do is actually place this in the center. I think that's probably what we want to do. Um, I think that looks pretty good. I think what I want to do is add a little bit with the box shadow here. Text shadow, is that what I want? Yeah, I think we just want to make it a little bit. Oops. A little bit larger. There we go. That looks pretty good. And that pops a little bit. That pops pretty good. Just make it like that. Okay. Move that up. So we want, like, the space between is nice. I just don't, I think there should be more. So I think what we might have to do is then on here is do gap, column gap, and we'll just say that there needs to be at least, 5 pixels there. Does that work? Hmm. So we have a flex item here. Can I just want to format that? So that pushes that there. Padding, we want a little bit of padding. So we do it like that. That's not bad. Just don't understand why it's not centered along that way. Yeah, I don't understand. Align items. Centered works. Space between. Oh, you know what? You know what? Okay. Wait. Okay, wait. Because if I get rid of the padding, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. If I have 2 of them, space evenly, that works. And then I honestly, I just need to transition. I just need to move both of those things up. I just don't understand why it does this. Like if I do a transform, negative like 10 pixels. That moves the entire thing up. If I just do it to the label, it moves the label up. So I think what I honestly want here margin and padding set to 0. Okay, that's not bad. Do space evenly, and if you do space around, space between, these are all the same because, well, except for the other one. Space around is okay. Column gap 55 pixels. What if we got rid of that? I think we were learning about the gap stuff. I think this is fine for now. I mean, just like I'm really doing some tweaking of this stuff. So max width, I think for the label, the progress can be 90%. I think we can go as large as 95. No, let's go shorter. I think 90 is okay. It would be nice to make it responsive to like the length of the thing, but that's okay actually. That's okay. Yeah, I like this a lot. So this goes as the, let's just figure out which corner this is, and then it goes clockwise from there. So 100 is the top right, top left. So top left, we want to be the same as the last one. Yes. Okay, and maybe we want to do this in reverse. So I think top left, we want to be 10, this to be 20. This to be 20, and then this to be 30. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. I'm happy with that. That is pretty nifty. I like that a lot. Okay, so we set our progress bar. We saved that, and that's it. And so our progress bar looks great. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, now we're back onto setting this up. Time to add some CSS rules to the styles. I'm gonna create an H1 selector, and we're gonna set the element. So what did we do so far? We only just set up that thing, and we didn't talk about the gap stuff yet. That was in a previous thing. So let's go back to. Oh, let me see. Let's enable that again, and come back over to here. And we also would like to set something up for the body here. We just want a background color. Oh, you know what? No, because it doesn't matter, because they're going to override it anyway. And he's doing work that will be messed up. So there is colored boxes layout. Although, let's just do it for the sake of this here. Ooh, a white background. Here we go. That way we can see when the text aligns. We can set the text align to center. We can also do a margin bottom property, 10 pixels. And we want to add margin between the bottom of the H1 element. Yeah, and that's what happens there. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to go back to the previous style, but that's okay. We're going to add a div element to the class. We're just adding some content here. Below the header, going to create 6 div elements with the class of box. Okay, and then remember that a class attribute is often used to point to a class name. So here's a fun thing to do when we're duplicating. If we do Alt Shift and then the arrow down, we're going to duplicate down. So we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there we go. Below the header element should have the class flex container. So we can also do this. So let's go back and delete those ones. And we also need to have a oh, wait a minute. Okay, hang on. We're just gonna wrap this in a class called flex container, and I guess that's a good I guess that's a decent way to go about it. About naming the class, you did define like what the layout is. Inside each box element, you add an H2 element with the text box, and then a sequential number. So I'm just going to duplicate by doing Alt Shift down, and then I'm going to do Alt down to move that box down. I made one too many. And just do 6 there. So that's a pretty quick way to go about that. So now it's time to create the color name for the boxes. And to do this, we're going to add a P element below each element. And we're going to do a red one. We're going to do a orange one. And a yellow one. And a green one. And a blue one. And indigo one. There we go. Just lots of typing. That's all we do. We type. Div elements of the class box. Got the box selector. Select that box 120 pixels to the max height of the box. Okay. And if we go back, just do a body thing real quick here. Just do tan. There we go. So we can see the way that these are laid out. They're text align for the header is centered, but the you know, for the H1 element, but then these other ones are a little messy. They're not messy at all. They're using the block layout, so they're spaced decently apart from each other with their H1 element with the H2 element from the paragraph element. Okay. Next, We're going to add a color property with the value of 0000. That's going to be black. It's going to make all of the box elements have a black color. And so it doesn't really help us here. So if I go and change this, you can see, you know, what the color is. It allows us to pass through. Okay. We're going to add the property border with a value 1 pixel solid. The box selector and the border property. So let's just do this again. Adds a border of 1 pixel, and you can see that it kind of like doubles up to 2 pixels when you have these boxes that are adjacent to each other. And in this case, 1 pixel is the border width, which defines the thickness, sets the appearance of the border. Okay. The display property controls how an element is rendered on the page, so we're going to define this to be the flex value for the box. Interesting, and you can see how that changes in the inline there. So I'll do this here again. We'll just do our background. And so when we activate this, we get the text being right next to each other, but then like it's not like centered. Like the alignment is at the start, the flex start, like the upper left of the box of the flex element or whatever Flexbox. Okay, so flex property controls the size and behavior of the items inside a flexible container, are composed of 3 properties: flex, grow, shrink, and basis. Interesting. Okay, so let's go take a note of that, because that is something that is coming up here that will not likely end up in our notes. Okay. Flex property. It's equal to that one there. Beetle. Okay, so we're going to add a flex property, and the grow is going to be 1. The shrink is going to be 1, and then the basis is going to be 100 pixels. What on earth does that mean? So it makes each box start at 100 pixels, allowing them to grow to fill available space or shrink when needed. Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe that's what I need for my thing. For my progress bar there. Okay. I think, you know what I want to do? I want to move this Yeah, that's what I'm just going to move the progress bar, the location of the progress bar. And I'm going to move it to be centered. So we're there and we're at 420 and there. So, you know what? Let's go to the middle here. Oops. And on the Y, we'll just go to like put it down a little bit. There we go. So that's what I want with that. I'm going to design a set of colored boxes. You know what I'll do? Let's move that to, yeah, that's fine right there, I think. Or do I want to move it over? I think I do want to move it over just a hair. There's a couple pixels there. Let's see. So we want to just move this over to like 940, 930 maybe, 920. Okay, I think 920 is where we want to be. So everywhere we want. No, it's not. It's not quite. Okay, hang on. We'll get this. We'll get this right. 900, maybe 880 is the way to go. 880? 860. So free code camp is right there. It shows us. That's cool. Okay, I like there. I like it there. Okay. Yeah, because we're just going to be like overriding that stuff anyway. Yeah. So it says free code camp, and we've got our design set of colorful boxes right there as our, that's what we're doing. Oh, good. We can take a break. finish this up. We got a lot of stuff to do today, don't we? We got to do that lab, and it appears that we restarted the entire session of the pomodoros, and that is a flaw of this pomodoro timer, and I would really like to make another one. Using it with OBS is kind of tethering it to whether or not OBS is running. So it doesn't, so there's no save status. So if it crashes, it doesn't save. It doesn't save the status of the session. That's a problem. Not sure how to fix that. Easiest way is just not have it tethered to OBS. So I don't know. Here we go. So the flex direction property controls how flex items are arranged within their container. The default is row, which arranges items horizontally from left to right. This property only works on elements with display flex or display inline flex. I gotta clean these glasses. Oh, apologies, but this is just too hazy right now. We've got the sun coming in, and it's just, you know, showing me how bad my glasses are. Showing me how bad these things are. Need a better. Hang on a second. Put these things in the wash, and they just really don't come out good. Should end up washing them with like dish soap so that the oils get wicked away. Okay. Just end up picking up oils from other things. Okay. When they're in the laundry. Okay, here we go. Okay, inline flex with the column value items stacked vertically from top to bottom. Okay, is that what we're doing? Oh my God, it's still bad. It's still bad. Why is it still bad? Like I wipe it away and then it comes back? How? Why does it come back? I just have a spot right there. I need new glasses for sure. I know that. I know that much. Hang on. We need to take drastic measures. Drastic measures. We need some wet wipe here. Then you get these things, and they end up leaving a little residue on your glasses, and they leave a smudge then too. Okay. There we go. What kind of tism did you guys all get? Like, I got the kind that like doesn't like having a tiny little dot on my on here. On my glasses, right in my field of view. The tiniest little smudge. The tiniest little imperfection. These things are kind of scratched as hell. I need to get new ones. It's been years. No, that's not good. You're supposed to go like every year. You can afford that. can afford a new prescription every year? Flex, inline flex with the column value. So other possible. So what do we want to do? You want it to be column. Is that what you're saying? We're gonna add the flex direction, and we're gonna add the column. And so let's go ahead and take a look at how that changes it. Body background white. Activate it there and see it goes from being right up against each other to having lots of spacing in between with columns. Okay, now we're going to align items to center. That centers them. Obviously, you can see the difference here, and that to that, and there we go. Okay. Okay, let's add a margin property. 10 pixels. What does that do? Just added a little bit of margin in between the boxes. So if you look at it here, little margin in between the boxes. Here we go. Okay, and then so put that in there because it's always going to be messed up. Let's make a font weight of bold to make this bolder text. Bolder text. Bold text. Okay. It's kind of hard to see, but that's there. All right, so the font size value is 1.125 to the box. 1.125 rem, just you know, an eighth of a rem bigger. 1/8 rem bigger and biggin. That's all that I wanted. Just that. We're gonna add a border radius to these boxes. One value to apply to all four corners. Two values. The first value, top left, bottom right. So this is just so confusing. I just never end up. You either target in each individual one, and that would help somebody who's not familiar with CSS reading it, or if there's somebody who is familiar with CSS, just give them all four values. All four values, they'll know what you're talking about. So we're going to add a property of 5 pixels to the rounding here. And they become a supporter. Support them. Just add mine as well. Ask my letter, sir, please. I do not have money. I do not have the money. I try to do this, and I hope that this maybe gives me money, but it is not. It has not given me any monies at all. I would like some money. It is nice to pay for rations and for shelter and for compute. Mostly compute. Order property specifies the order of a flex item relative to other flex items inside the same container. By default, all flex items have an order value of 0. Interesting. So we can actually... We can rearrange shit, can't we? Okay, is that how we like do sorting? Is that how you do sorting? That can't be how you do sorting. That's dumb. That's dumb to do it that way. order of 0 for which box? So if you get an order of 0, then they'll all appear in the order they're written. Items with lower order values appear first, while orders with higher values appear last. Did you catch that? Like Will Sasso doing the Jesse Ventura impression to Jesse Ventura? That's so funny. It's great. He's like, well, the greatest. Well, they say the greatest flattery is imitation is the greatest form of flattery. I can't even do the voice. It's like, well, sir, yes, I agree. That flex container display is going to be flex. And what does that do? Oh, wait. Getting my pitch all riled up. Flex. So the box itself has a flex layout. What if our container for the boxes was a flex container? Boom! Bang and a boom. They go into the row, right? Rows. That's row your boat. Row your boat. Flex wrap property defines whether flex items are forced onto one line or can be wrapped onto multiple lines. By default, flex items have no wrap, meaning they stay on a single line even if they overflow the container. The wrap value instead makes flex items wrap onto, wait a minute, what's going on here? We want to set to that, but I want to add that, right? So we want to do the wrap. It's not doing anything yet because we haven't set a like max width for them or a min width. So now that we set the width and height of the flex container element, we'll do this adding the width property. And we're going to set a value of 70% and a height of 600 pixels. So let's add this so we can see what's going on here. So we can add the width, which then shrinks. Oops, what's happening there? Oh. Let's do it like this. So you add the width. That changes the width property, and then the height doesn't change. Defining the width and height properties will set the amount of width and height the div takes form in its parent element, in this case the body element, for the flex container itself. Now to finish the styling, we're going to add a padding property. 10 pixels in the vertical, and we're gonna center it. No, it doesn't work that way. No, margin does that. 20 pixels. Auto centers it. There it goes. Okay, there it goes in the centers. 20 pixels auto, that centers it. We're going to use the align content property, which is different than align items, I guess. So justify align content. This property controls the arrangement of items along the cross axis. So align. I'm confused. What is the difference between using the content and the items? I don't know. Align the content. Okay, so if we do, hold on. I'm gonna stretch. Is that what we're gonna do? Stretch is the default. We're gonna add space between. And what does that do? Didn't do anything right there. So that didn't do anything. I don't think it changed at all. We're going to try another alignment value. We're going to do align content as to start. We're back towards the starting edge. They're literally not doing anything. It's literally not doing anything. Did they mean justify content? I don't know what they meant. I honestly, I don't know what they meant because I don't think they I think there's a problem with this one. I think there's a problem with nothing changed. Nothing changed there. There we go. That did something. That did something. That did something. Changed, guys. Nothing changed. Nothing changed with the other ones. See how the end value works. From center to end. Well, that does push it down to the bottom. So, okay, now it makes more sense doing it that way because you're, aligning the content. So content, are we saying that content is content along the cross axis, along the, wait, align is along the cross axis, justify is along the row, the main axis. That's what we're saying. But then content, what? Every time I think I'm like learning, I'm understanding all of these properties, I realize I have no effing clue. Every time I try to learn this, it's just like, oh my gosh. And like, I can't be the only one, right? I'm not the only one that thinks this way, right? Space around is not going to do shit because it's like, all right, so it puts it into the center. So if we didn't have it, it would be at the top. Space around goes to the middle. We did space between. And that didn't do shit because that just put it into the top. And then the center. Okay. It didn't change anything. It didn't change anything. We do space evenly, then we get a little bit something, but then we get a little. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Okay. How much more of this do we have? We don't have that much, right? The flex property controls the size and behavior of the items inside the flex container. Flex grow controls how much extra space the flow. So let's think. How much extra space the flex item should take up if there is free space available in the container. So getting back to the box selector, change the first value from 1 to 0. It's very subtle, isn't it? It's very subtle. Very subtle. This is incredibly subtle. So subtle that I don't even notice the difference. So subtle that I hardly notice the difference. Let me look at the box number 4. Oh, it moved left. That moved left. Okay. So this is along the main axis, right? Okay. It's in the main axis. So flex, this is controlling the main axis, right? Okay, we're gonna set these the shrink value from 1 to 0. What does that do? What does that do? Oh, that's interesting that the H1 isn't centered. What happened there? Let's look at box number 4. I don't think shit's happening here. Shit's not happening. All right, so whatever. It doesn't change. How much the flex item will shrink when there isn't enough space in the container for all items, so it's going to shrink to 0. So is it like a... Is it from 0 to 1? Okay, I'm not entirely sure. What is this flex thing? Let's see. Flex property. Flex property. Oh, wait a minute. So is it oh my gosh, I don't understand. All right, we're gonna take a break. All right, it's the time in the day where the my west-facing window that I look directly at gets to enjoy the full glare of the sun coming right into my face, right into my eyeballs. So it's gonna roll the blinds up a little bit, and hopefully that fixes that. Let's see. What do we want from this? What do we want? Got that one. Okay. So our boxes are there. It's nice. We still have our boxes. We want to change it to 150. 150. Okay, that did something. That definitely did something. What did it do? Flex basis sets the starting size of a flex item before it grows or shrinks. 100. And this is in the the main axis direction. The main axis direction. See, like, they're missing a little bit about what that is. Okay. Oops. Okay. Need coffee. Need coffee at this point of the day. Okay. Boom. That. We're going back to here. We're going to add the class box 1 to the first one. And we're going to give each one a separate class. Why are we doing that? We're giving it box 1. Okay, no, that makes sense. Okay, so we're going to give it a different. Okay, now we're going to do box 1 selector. But first I'm going to add that to it. Make sure the background's color is right. Yeah, I don't want to, we just always get blasted with light mode. Get blinded by the light mode. First, create a box 1 selector and add it to the background property. Yeah, add to it the back. That's such weird verbiage there. Okay, wait a minute. That didn't do anything though. Why did that not do anything? And then add the order property 1. You'll see the first box move to the end. Really? Is that what I was supposed to see? So all the other boxes already have a value of 0 for their order. Nothing changed here. Also add the flex grow property of 1. So make it grow. You should have a box 1 selector. Do I not have a box 1 selector? Is that not a box 1 selector? What the fuck? What happened there? Put that all the way up there. So if I get rid of this whole thing, let's see, if I get rid of the background, so the background changed. And then that moves it from the there to there. The flex grows there. Ay. Okay. All right, so our red box looks good. Let's see something here. So we're gonna add a box 2 class there, right? Of course. I mean, obviously, this is just what we're gonna do. Box 2, what we're gonna do. A261. Bing! There it is. Order property 0, so that's box 1, apparently. Okay. We're designing a set of colorful boxes. I like how it's so like such an inflated sense of not importance, but of like complexity. Design a set. So it's an inflated sense of elegance or something. Design. We're gonna design a set of boxes. We're just fucking around. We're just fucking around with some fucking properties here. It's like that Rothko painting thing. We're very good at marketing, I have to say. We're going to set the order property to 2, so it's going to go behind the box 1. We're going to add the flex shrink value to a property of 3. What does that do? Who knows? Didn't do shit. It didn't do fucking shit. Okay? Become a sip otter. Ay. It's a very long workshop, isn't it? Workshops. Inside the HTML file, you're going to add the box 4 to your 4th element. Of course, we're literally doing this one step at a time. Oh my gosh, come on, guys. This is craziness. Can we add the box and the box selector at the same time, or is that just not allowed? Do a background property. Or CAF50. That's green. That is a green. And green comes to life. We're going to put that at the end. Put it at the end. I don't want it here. Okay. You'll see this box move after the one with the box 3. And is that it? Is that all we want? We're almost done. We just have to go one by one, adding one thing, adding another thing, adding one thing. Like I think we get it now. I think we got it. It's just that, like, put that to the end. Oh wait, did it come to life? Oh, it did. The blue one, the blue box. Okay, cool. And so you don't care about the settings for that. Look, I can give it a thing of 5, a 4, 3, 2, 5, 6. Nice. Nice. All right, and then the last thing we have to do here is just do a background of 3F51B5. And That's indigo. And then we want to set that, just give that to the end, and we'll just have box 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we're gonna have a flex grow, and we're gonna say, you know what, let's fill that thing up. Fill it up to the end. Grows to the end. Okay, to the end of the container. I see. So why would it be like if you give it a size of 2, if you give it a size of 1, if you give it a size of 0, goes there. If you got a size of 3, a size of 1. If you give it a size of 2, can we give box 5 a flex row of 2? So it can go 2. And then this can grow 2. So it's just calculating. Okay, oh, I remember I actually did some of this with the Tiny CSS Projects book, the Manning Press book. That's pretty good. I want to go back to that and do that again and restart it because I didn't get very deep into it. Kind of like got hung up on, I don't know. I just, stopped I took some time away from the book, and then I just couldn't get back into it because I need to go back to the beginning. But now that I understand a little bit more from this, maybe it'll be easier to go back to it. I don't know. So it's calculating. There's a ratio here on that last line, because box 5 and box 6 are wrapped around, and they are the only ones occupying that last row. So along the main axis, along the row axis, we're giving a value of flex grow. So box 5 will grow to take up 2 units, and box 6 will take up 3 units. Now, what is a unit? Calculated. It's calculated from the total width of the container, which is along the the total length of the main axis. To try to abstract this, the total length of the main container, and then you're dividing it up into equal sized units. So we gave box 5 2 units, and we gave box 6 3 units. Now we're going to divide that. But there's also, so before you divide it, you have the spacing in between and the padding and stuff. So it takes the length of the total length of the main, along the main axis, subtract the padding and the margins and gaps and stuff, and then divide by the total number of things in flex grow. So the sum of flex grow values, and then that's 1 unit. That's 1 unit. So then we're giving box 5 2 units and box 6 3 units. So box 5 is taking up 40% of the available space, and box 6 will take up 60% of the available space. So that is the space that's available for assigning 2 units. If that, I don't know. Oh, hope that kind of makes sense. Oh yeah, so we set this to 1. So let's just set it to 1. There we go. All right, so it passes. We're done. And that's that. That's Flexbox there. And we're going to design a pricing plans layout, and we're going to mess around with that stuff. So maybe I'll play around with that stuff coming up. But this is cool. Okay. This is cool stuff. My gosh. Just going to set a background color real quick. We'll set our background color to You see Azure. Yeah, we can. Just got to link the style sheet, of course. Dot styles, dot CSS. There we go. That looks pretty cool. What I want to do is I'm actually gonna, like, I need to save my colors and then like import my colors in some way. Like, gotta figure out how to do that. What's the best way to do that? Okay. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. They're so funny. All right, what are we going to build? We're going to build this example project here. This scared the crap out of me, thinking that they wanted me to choose a plan before thinking. Okay, we're going to do pricing plans. Ooh, this is kind of neat. Okay, so we have this this big container here. So that's our like our we have a container, and we have pricing plans as a H1 element, I assume, above it. And then inside of this container, oh, that's so neat that it kind of like overflows. We have three elements, three items that are, looks like they're evenly spaced, although there's more padding on the right than there is in here. So maybe they're not equally spaced. That kind of irks me. I think I would do space between, I would do space evenly on this, and then just zero out any of the margins, just to make it distributed evenly. So that's the thing I would do. But we're doing this thing where we hover and we zoom, so we increase the scale from the center. So we're gonna, and then we have this, it's not immediate, so there's a transition between that, the transition that goes from the unscaled to the scaled version, and the scale, and it's increasing. Okay, so then and then inside of each element, so we have these H1 elements, we have a price underneath that, which is another H1 by the looks of it, but just looks like big text. And then we have this line underneath. We've got checkboxes, which I think we can do with the before pseudo element, which we can tack onto each of our list items, or we can just remove the list item, or change the list item marker. That's probably what we would do. Change the list item marker. Just make these lists and list item marker. And so we would specify a class for each of those list items as either being like checked, or like yes or no. You know, give it a class of yes, give it a class of no, and then that would maybe change the marker, and then you can like use the class selector for yes to give it a marker of check for the list item, and correspondingly, similarly, you do the no class would be for the X. So for the marker. So I think that's the plan of attack. And then we also have this button that's part of the of this that I don't know if it's actually going somewhere. Oh, it is linked. Okay, so it is linked. So we do have something linked there. So we'll see what the plan of attack is for that. So let's go for this. Okay. All that there. Let's focus on the content first. So the page should have an H1 element with the text pricing plans. So inside of body, what we're going to do is maybe we want to say, well, let's just give it this for now. Pricing plans. And our page should have a div element with a class called pricing container. And that's going to be our main div here for organizing things here. Now it also looks like we were centering vertically and horizontally, so the body might be getting a flex display as well. And the display property with the value flex and flex wrap property with the value of so in this thing here, let's get this, the pricing container here. Well, let's take a break first. Okay, what are we gonna do here? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Pricing container should have a display property of flex. Flex that shay. And a flex wrap of wrap. So we're gonna wrap that? Okay. No, we need a whole bunch of other stuff. Why did I even do that? Within the pricing container element, you should have... Wait, did I satisfy this part? Let's see if we did. Hey, look, we got all that done. We didn't do the other stuff. I just like to see how much you can check off without actually doing anything. So we did have this. Your development should have pricing class. Look at that. 7 steps from that first and second user story. You get 7 check marks for achieving the first 2 user stories. Very nice. 7 points. 7 pizzas or something. 7 poker cards. So you should have 3 div elements with the class pricing card to represent the pricing plans. All right. 3 div elements. And they're going to have a class. Oops, a pricing card. One of the pricing card elements should have a basic plan and pro plan and the other one. So we have 3. And so you're going to give it a basic plan, a pro plan, and a premium plan. There we go. And the basic plan should have an element. Oops, I forgot to add this stuff, right? We forgot to close these divs. What am I doing? I don't know what the heck I'm doing. So this is going to have an H2 basic. Still have one of pro. Whoops. 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 Whoop. And premium plan. The premium plan is where it's at. You should get the premium plan. $29 a month. That's too much. Let's reduce those prices. Come on. And so we should also have paragraph text that has, let's see, $9 a month. $19 a month. $29 a month. Each of your pricing card elements should use Flexbox to stack its content in a column and justify the space between the children using space between. You must justify the space. Justify the space between you. Each of your pricing cards should use Flexbox. Flexbox. What are we doing? What direction though? In a column. So we're going to do flex direction to a column. And then we're going to get the space between for the Flexbox to stack. So I'm confused because I don't think space between the children. Flexbox to stack its content in a column and justify the space between using space between. I don't know if this is what we want. I think we... Okay, okay, so we're just talking about the cards, right? We're not talking about the... Okay, whatever. We're going to set the flex property to 00200 pixels. Okay. Okay. This isn't very well explained. I think I really do need to go back to the Tiny CSS Projects book and get a better handle on this. To give it a consistent width and prevent it from growing or shrinking in the layout. Okay, 00200 pixels. So if we don't have that, it goes like that, and then if we do that, it does that. Okay, whatever. We should also, like... I don't know why I'm doing that. We should do a text align of center for that. Yeah. I'm going to set a border property to 2 pixels solid black. Okay. Okay, it's nice. We can even add a border radius. 10 pixels. They're probably going to tell us they're probably going to tell us just to set a border radius. Or actually, no, they're not going to tell us that. Interesting. There's not much to do with this one, but we're gonna spruce it up. We're gonna zhuzh it up a bit. We're gonna have a basic plan, so we have to set the basic plan, the pro plan. Oh, you know what? Let's just do this. Premium plan, and then we're going to set an order property of 0, order property of 1, order property of 2. Make sure we get all those in there. And then we can set the flex grow to 2, so it takes up more space than the other plans. Oh boy. Okay, that's not what they said for the other one. Well, that's big. That's pretty big. This isn't exactly what they had in the previous thing, and I think this is done. It is done. Oh my gosh. That's it. That's what we wanted you to do. Okay, we're gonna make it actually look good. We're gonna go above what they have here, and we're gonna do all this stuff. And like I said, we want to add like a little horizontal rule or something underneath. So we can do like underneath the card, underneath the... Wait a minute. So the paragraph element that's off of pricing card. Oh my God, what did I do? No, it's not what I wanted. Oh God, I backed up. Backed up instead. I wasn't supposed to do that. Wasn't trying to do that. Oh my God, why did I do it again? Why? I accidentally hit the mouse back button and it went back in the browser. Okay, but at least we have this stuff. Pricing card. Okay, so at least it saved that. So let's make sure we're saving this stuff. Pricing plan. We're going to do... Oh, wait, no. So paragraph elements that are children of the pricing plan, we're going to add a border bottom. And we're going to give it a just one thin pixel. Can we just say thin and do a solid and just do black? We can. It didn't do anything? I don't think it did anything. So we should set like a min height or something for the pricing thing. Did we set min heights with this? So the pricing container, I think we should do a min height of like 300 pixels or something. Okay, so there's that. So we do have the container for that. And then we have the other thing. So can we do a border? We want display or flex direction to be. Actually, you know what? Let's do block for this. Oh my gosh, stop it. Is it block by default? Yeah, I think it is. But then so that doesn't work. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wrap that around. That does pass. I wonder, can I wrap it in something? Oh, just go page container or something like that. Will it allow me to do that? Will it like that? Find out next time. It still likes that, so let's go with that. So inside of all this stuff, oh, Alt Shift. Are they running VS Code in this? Are they running like a VS Code in browser? Is that what we're doing? That's fucking cool. I think we might. I think we might be actually running a VS Code in browser. That's pretty fucking nifty. I did an Alt Shift F and it formatted. It formatted the file. It formatted the file. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's cool. That is really cool. They're really doing some great stuff here. Text align center for that. And then, so I think what we wanted to do with the pricing container, since we have flex and flex wrap, we want to, so we are in the row, the main, the main axis is row. So if we want to justify content, that would be, there. Okay, so no, that's not. Wait a minute. No, the pricing container. We want pricing card. Pricing card, justify content space between. We want to align items centered. There we go. Okay. So, I mean, they do space between to justify the content. What we really wanted here was to add a basic pricing card. And so what we want to do is also give this a class of, so actually before I do that, let's do this. Alt click. Oh gosh, I'm not in the right spot. Okay, hang on a second. Alt click there. And we'll give this a class of price. There we go. And what we'll do inside of the card, rather than pricing plan P, what we'll do is do a class of price. And then underneath that, there's a border bottom there. I don't know why that didn't select. Why didn't it work if I did pricing card? Oh, it did. Did I not have that? Pricing card. I didn't do pricing plan. Okay. That's why it wasn't selecting. Gotta type it correctly. Okay, so that works. What we want, rather than doing it space, so they say space between. I don't want that like that. So what we want is to add a whole bunch of, well, we want a list item. So what we want is an unordered list. And we want list items, and we're going to give this a class of like yes, or a class of no, just like I said. And so I'll just like duplicate a whole bunch of these. I think there was 5. Is that what we had? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we had 5 of each. And so I'll just do that. So the last one has all those things. So we'll just copy this entire list, and that is actually what we will have for the premium plan. Underneath that price, we have that list, and then so we have the pro plan, and then we have the basic plan. Underneath the basic plan, we're gonna have that. We're gonna format this whole thing. I'm gonna save this. So the basic plan has access to our core features. Okay, you know what? I should have just saved this stuff. Okay, hang on a second. Let me just copy this. And then we'll just paste it. We could just do it with the checks, but I think what we want to do is to have the list item be the marker be that. So what I'm going to do is inside of here, I'm going to paste this stuff. But what I want to do, so we're going to copy that. And I'm just going to go class yes. And then class no, I guess. And I would say the marker is going to be check. And then no, the marker is going to be something else here. It's going to be the X. And it actually could be those emojis, but you know, I think it could be that. I don't know. I don't know. It does look like it's colored though. So maybe we might be able to get the marker color or something. I don't know if that even works. I don't think it does. Okay, so that doesn't work. Yeah, I don't think that works. Marker might work. So we have a check for the yes and the other thing. So it doesn't quite work. It doesn't quite work. Oh, how did you do list marker? List item dot that. Oh, that's what, is that what it is? Wait a minute. Oh, what, how do you do list markers? Is that what it is? Wait a minute. No, that's not what it is. Content. That's what it is. It's content. Okay, that's how you change it. That's how you change it. Okay, so come back to over here. Okay, we can do that. Can you do content color? Yes. Oh, wait a minute. We can do font weight as well to do like 900. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking sickos. Sickos. Okay. So the first thing we have is this one. Let's move this down. Let's just do this. Okay, so we'll move it down there. Just format it and it will work there. Oopsie. Okay, we'll move this down. And then we'll just add this. We'll move that. Oh, gosh, stop it. Okay, hang on. Save. This is a no, right? You don't get email support? No email support for that. You know what? Let's just leave it as yes, because then we'll move it over to the other one. Access to all our core features. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, but we have another one. Is this 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4? What? 1, 2, 3, 4. We only have 4, but there's 5. Oh, this is supposed to go under here. All right, we're gonna take a quick break, and I'm gonna do this. We're gonna fix this. Here we go. Save that. We'll be back. Okay, this is fun. This is fun stuff here. So we're gonna also set the font size to maybe a little bit bigger here. Oh my gosh, we are okay. Weird stuff happened at the Circle K here. Let's see. Yeah. So we want that. What we want to actually do is set a margin on the side. And so we also want to, so you can do that. You can add the marker. You can also add a margin, or can we do padding, right? And just do one character. That doesn't work. That doesn't work to do padding. How about margin, right? No. So that doesn't work. I guess we could just give it a space. And then that works. So we'll do that. What we need to do is line these all up on the same line, basically. Make sure that they're all on one line now, because I did split that up there. So then that's on one line. The other one's on one line. 1, 2, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we got that. Okay, we're gonna, oh gosh, copy this entire list, copy that list, and the pro plan is what we have here, and then the premium plan is there. So I can save that. Okay. You could do this like, we could set these as with an ID so that like we could handle this using a the DOM and change the values. But this is fine. Let's see. So what we have is you get the access to core and email support only. And then the only thing that's missing from Pro is priority support. So that's pretty easy to remember. Just the first two for the first one and just priority support missing for the last one. So the only thing you get for basic is the first two. That was custom integrations as the... Oh, it says the fourth thing. You know what? That's fine. You know what? We could just move it down 1, and then that's fine. So no. So you should see these things. They do update over here. And there's that. The other thing I could do is the page container. I can have as a display flex, and then I can add this, that, and we can do a flex directional column. There we go. Okay, that works as well. Okay, and so that's the background. For those, I think what we could do is to do a different background for our other things, but that's okay. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We got to, let's see, email support, no. Priority support, no. And then on pricing card, you get everything except for the last thing. We just got to push that down. And you get everything for everything. Just push that one down. And there you go. Okay, so there it is. We also have, let's say, we don't want to do that. So what we want after the element is basically, so they said space between for these things, and I don't like that. It's fine, I guess. You know what we want to do? Let's take a look. So you have access to our core features. You get email support. You get advanced analytics and custom integrations and priority support. So I think what we might want to do is change a couple things. And we also have this button that's underneath. So let's add that button. So there's a button. I'm not sure. Should we just make it a link? I think we could just do it with a link. It does like seem to be just a link. So pricing plans layout. So I can just like, yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll just do it as a link. We'll just add a link at the bottom. And I can like, let's collapse these lists here. So we can just do a link. And we'll just add an ahref at the end. So at the bottom there, we should give I could say like plan button or something like that. Yeah. And so from there, what I could do is underneath the pro plan, we have something here. We have the plan button. And so we can do a height of, let's say, a fixed height of 2 rem. Let's have a fixed height of 2 rem. And then a width of, let's say, 90% of the container. Or it actually will be handled by, the width will be handled by the other thing. So 2 rem, and then we're going to do a border of 1 inset red. It's going to say choose plan. Choose plan. We'll do solid. So the plan button, so it doesn't work like that. So we can do this with a div though. We can do a div, do the div plan button. Do it like that. Oh, wait, maybe it did. Hold on a second. Oh, we can do it that way. Never mind. We can do it that way. We can do it that way. Get rid of that div. So we can do it that way. No, we can't? What? Wait. Plan button. Oh, because it's not a thing. That's right. There it is. Okay, so there it is now. And then what we can do... Zero auto. The width is going to be given by the container. Center text. Yep. Okay. Okay, so how do you set the vertical aligned? Middle. Middle is what we need. No? Okay. No. Can you do it as a Okay. Well, okay, so it's so funny. Okay, so these cards are looking pretty good. What we wanted to do with the page container is white? So we want 10 pixels all around. Maybe we wanted it to be a little bit larger. So we wanted padding on the inside. So we wanted 4. So top we want 0. So the page container is actually the pricing card container. What am I doing? Let's get rid of the page container. And put it inside a pricing container of this stuff. So what we need, that's flex wrap for the pricing container. And then min height is there, and then we want that. And then so what I want from here is that we want to remove this. Okay, save that. So pricing plans, you have this box around the cards. Pricing container. And so we want vertical 0. We want in the top would be 0, the right would be 10 pixels, the bottom would be, let's say, 10 pixels, and then the top or the left would be 10 pixels. So we want like on the left and right, 20 pixels maybe? $20 pixels all around, is that cool? Looks almost right. 20 pixels, okay. I'll save this. 20 pixels all around there. We want to get that there. Oh, and when we hover over a pricing card, this is what we want. We want to do transform scale to 1.1. Oops. When we hover, that's weird. Is it like that when you hover? Oh, there it is. Okay. So when we hover, we do that, but we also want to do a transition thing. There it is. Nice. Okay, so that's cool. That's really cool. Okay, and then we just want to make the background not clear. So we want the okay, well that's kind of cool. What we want from these, I do love a dark mode. So we want this like this. So when you hover, it does do that stuff. It's really cool. That's really cool. Okay, that's really cool. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. I think what we want within our pricing container, we also want this border to have a radius of just a couple pixels. I think maybe 10. There we go. There we go. That's pretty cool. So we also want this to have a background of let's do a linear gradient. Do a linear gradient from our light to dark. So we'll go top to bottom, which will be, I think, 180 degrees. And we'll go from blue, let's say, to light blue to give this a test. And there we go. I think I like the dark. So we'll use the, we look at light up there and then dark on the bottom. I think I like it light up here. So what I'm going to do is go from D8C4F. F? Is that what it is? Oh gosh, I forget what color that was. What is our oh, I need to mark off that we did that one. We did complete this. We're just doing some extra stuff to it. There is gonna be a break thing. I don't know. I can't skip it, right? I don't have that ability. I think I'm just gonna end the pomodoro timer after this, because that's been, you know, it's all done. We did all 10 pomodoros then. Let's see. So I think we have to do one more, don't we? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I need my color guidelines here. D8EBF. EBF. And then, okay, so then that's that one down to the light blue. And so the we want to go to the darker, the 001E3B. Oops, we don't want that. We don't. And then what I'll do is, I think what we'll do is do this differently. Pricing card, the color. Of the text should be the lighter color. There we go. Very cool, very cool. I don't like it going that dark into here. So what I want to do is set lighter here. Four, 5, 8, 9. It's like I don't want it to go that dark. I think I want it 80FF. Okay. I almost want it to, so I don't want it to go that drastic. 89C4FF. That's okay. Okay. I think maybe I want this for the card, and then do the darker. And for this background, what we'll do is use the 004589. And just cut that in the pricing card. And background there is going to be that. There we go. And so the color then we want to be 001E3B. And that's decent. That's decent. I think what we need to do is to give it a font weight that's a little bit larger. Give it bold. Give it a bold font. And so H1 element. So pricing plans, we want to have the font family be knee wave. Pricing plans. There we go. And we also want to do a text transform of uppercase. That's fine. Kind of looks silly though. Oh well, that's fine. So this is really cool. I think what I also want on the pricing card is a little box shadow. Let's do a little 2 pixels by 2 pixels in the lower right. And let's do a 2 pixel and a 5 pixel blur radius or spread radius. And you know what? Let's only do that when we hover. Let's only do that when we hover. And I think that's going to look really, really cool. And if we do that as the 001 E3B, that's going to look really nifty. So when we hover over, we got that one that like highlights, it glows. That's cool. I think the spread is a little too wide. Or we could do it as like, if we did this as 10 pixels, so it's just like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. We could just have it glow, although it looks like the light's coming from like a point source. So we could do it like that. We could do it like 0, 0. The spread. There we go. All right, that's pretty nifty. That's pretty nifty. Okay, $9 a month. So we could set the price here. And we can also set the price. Font weight to be bold. I guess it's already bold. We do know that inside of the pricing container, pricing card, basic plan, price, H2 elements, I think we want to set. Do we want this to be? So the H2 element, I think what we want, I think with the H2 element, I think we want the same family. Same font family. But we just want to have a uppercase on the H1 on the other one. So what I'm going to do is stop the Pomodoro timer. We'll reset the session for tomorrow, and we're going to go ahead and hide the Pomodoro timer. Yeah. What we'll do is we'll just hide this. And do I have an action to hide the Pomodoro? Toggle Pomodoro. Oh, right, I do. Okay, so I'll just toggle the Pomodoro off, and that'll be fine. So here we go. Look at this, and then when we like zoom in, we get all this cool stuff happening. Pro, that. So these should fit maximum of the other thing though, right? So the flex order flex grow is going to grow to 2 times the other one. I really like this. This is pretty nifty. I really enjoy this. Maybe we don't want the font to be bold on this. Let's go with semi-bold. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. We do need to figure out how we're going to have this plan button. We should have something with a plan button on hover is going to show we probably want to switch a background color. Make it change the background color to like light. So when we hover, background's gonna come into view, and that there. So we need to set a background color for the plan button in general. So do we need a border? I'm not sure. I don't like that. I think I like that as our no, I don't like that. 1E, 3B is a very dark. It's a very dark color. I think maybe we don't want it like that. 004. I think maybe what I want is the back. I want this to be a dark mode. Dark mode would be, oh, that would be so cool. Just do a toggle of the dark mode and stuff. Don't quite know how to do that yet, though. So our borders are going to be that. Set it off to that. Maybe we do it in the dark. Let's do a dark mode. And then pricing plans. We can have it black to pop out a little bit. That looks pretty cool, actually. Yeah, take shadow on that. Pricing plan. So then inside of this H2 element for these, we can change the color. So pricing container, I think maybe we change the color from here. I think we want to delineate differences in what the whatchamacallit is. So the price, we also want the price to go go across 100%. We also want to do a text align of center. And so we also want to add padding to the card. And what we also want is the box sizing model to be border box. And then we want so all around we want maybe 20 pixels of padding. Maybe 10 pixels of padding. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Maybe we want it to be a percentage. I don't think that works. Okay, so we want it to be, maybe we want it to be just like one rem, maybe. One rem seems good. Gotta change the color of that button, and then we have to like copy that button to a different thing. So Does the button like actually work? It said normally this will go to a different thing. It's a link to the page itself. You choose the plan. How else would we do this? Basic is $9 a month, $19 a month. We want, yeah. Okay, so everything else should fall into place from this other one. Shoot, where did it go? It's up here. It's up here. Okay. So we want plan button. We're gonna have to choose plan, and we're gonna add that underneath there. A border of 2 pixels, a solid black. Okay, whatever. We'll change it for theirs. Is that the only thing that's failing? It is. Okay, whatever. Meant to hit save, not the other thing. Okay, we can get rid of these instructions, and we can get rid of this. I think all of everything fits here. I don't understand why. Premium plan or Pro plan has a separate okay, it's because of the overflow. It's because of the overflow. Okay, so this kind of sticks out. Is that how they did it? But there's one more time here. Access to our core features. So they do keep it the same size. They don't. Okay, they keep it the same size. All right, so we have spaced evenly. Space between for the pricing card, and then we space evenly for this. Justify content in the. Oh wait, that would be in the vertical, right? This is interesting that it like, oh shoot. Oops. To be over here, zooming in. Okay. I don't think that does anything. Flex wrap. So we're going in the row. Want justify pricing container. So this justify goes along the main axis. So what we want here is, I think, to do a space between. And I think what we wanted to do was to do gaps. Five pixels. So why doesn't it do that? Can we do a margin of 0 auto? That doesn't do it. How do we, it's 200 pixels is what we're saying is the base. Okay. All right. Well, what we want with a plan, basic plan, plan button. And what we're going to do here is to have a color of FF, and that's the choose plan. I don't think we want to have the text decoration. Do none. We can also do uppercase there. I think that's what they did there. No, they didn't. Okay, they didn't do that. Uppercase. I think we want a font size of 1.2 RAM. And that's good. Okay. We also want to center the text. No, that's not a thing. I want to do like an outset thing or something, or a ridge. Is that like what we're doing? Groove is pretty cool. Do a ridge. I think ridge is nice. And so what we'll do is we'll make this 4, 5, 8, 9. Then our have that as a choosing the plan. I think what we actually want is to have this be like choose plan like that. Oh gosh, that doesn't look right. 8, 9, C4 FF. And then we'll do the color of the text to be gosh. Doesn't look great either way. What did they do? They just did black. Okay. How did they center that text? So I think what we might need to do is inside of a inside of here, we want to have a span. Just have button text be there. Or we could just do it like this, span, because we can select the other ones. Let's see. This doesn't look great. It looks kind of ridiculous. I think the border shadow. Can we do a border shadow? This is kind of looking ridiculous. So, I think could just end up making everything larger. By default, make it 1.3 rem by default, and then instead of doing 1.3 rem, we'll do M for these things. Pricing. Where do I have rem mentioning? So I'm not mentioning rem anywhere in here. If I do that, can I search? Just one mention. Okay, so, how am I? So when we hover, I do like that. I do think that that's kind of nice. We have that, and we can choose the plan. I kind of. So hovering doesn't, it's when you hover over here and you do that. It doesn't zoom in from there. Okay. Doesn't zoom in from there. It zooms, and then we click. Zoom and click, zoom and click. So now with a span, I think what I can do, so inside of the pricing or the pricing button, plan button, what I can then do is do plan button span, so any span elements that are children of the plan button, we can center the text into there. So that almost worked. There we go. And that works. That works indeed. What I want to do for padding... I think I want the padding to be based off of the container width, but I'm not entirely sure how I would do that. Maybe just because like 10% is a lot of padding. But if we did 1% padding, we could do it like that. How about 5% padding? That's pretty cool. I really do not like this being 2. Maybe we can change the other one. Flex grow, like flex grow on the other ones. So they all get a automatic value of 1. And in that case, then, let's see. Then I can do it like that, 2% padding. That looks pretty good. I don't hate that. That looks actually pretty good. Do not hate it. So we get that stuff. That's all cool. You hover that. I just want to change maybe... When you hover, I want it to go to that... Wait, no, because the linear gradient goes to that. Hang I also do want to have a focus indicator, so the focus indicator still works. So, doesn't interfere with that. I wonder if we can do it actively. Actively clicking on should do something too. That's under button, right? So we actually don't need that then if we put that in there. I wonder if we did need to wrap that in a spanner. Did we need to do that? Let's see. No, we didn't need to wrap it in a spanner. So that's good. Let's get rid of the spans. And so let's again find the span. Let's find all of the span elements and do that. Does that work? No, it doesn't. Hold on a second. Hang on. We want to find all of these ones. Delete them and find all of these ones. Delete them and just save that. Okay, so that's cool. Choose plan. Active. So when it's active, we want to do something. Plan. Button. Active. Change the color to like black or something. So like the color of the active clicking is there, and then so the background is going to be so I'm actively clicking on it. It's like that. Okay, so it shows me that I'm clicking on it. Cool. Like that. That's pretty nifty. All right, and then the other thing, I just want to add a I think that the pricing plan, maybe I should use a different thing for that. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Oh, we wanted to change the the price. We want the font family for price to be different. We want it to be, also want it to be bold, right? But I wanted it to be maybe we'll do this one, Avaria fans. No, that looks gross. Be caveat. Brush. Yeah, and then we want this to be font. I don't think you can actually do that. Oh, you can. Okay. We wanted the font size to be different though. A little bit larger. .3, that's pretty good. I think I wanted to change spacing around the top, or no, it's okay. We want to change the font of the features, so any of the list items. So list items are after there, before the plan button. For list items, we want to have there we go. There we go. And then we'll change, that's why it looks all okay. Plan button font family. I think we want the button to be, how does it look with knee wave? Choose a plan. This is more of a, I like this font for reading. I just don't like it for anything else. Could you choose plan for that? I think if we did it like that, maybe what we would like to do is to do a text transform of uppercase. And that looks okay. There we go. All right, I think this will do. I think this is pretty slick. So I'm going to be happy with that. We're going to save this stuff. We're going to format it according to whatchamacallit. I don't like that there's not spacing in between these things. I think we want to add a gap. Don't we want to add a gap? So the container, I think what we wanted to do was to add a gap here. If we add a gap of like 1%, maybe. There we go. Yeah, that looks great. That looks great. That looks fine. Okay. And then so that's going to change based on this. And so the premium plan comes down here. The pro doesn't grow though. The pro shrinks to be twice. Shrinks to be twice. Okay, but it grows to be. Okay. All right, well, I think this looks fine. I think what we actually would like is to have a little bit more spacing in between the list elements. So I think what we want to do is just to add a little bit more padding between them, in them. So we're just a little bit more padding of like 5 pixels. Zero in the top, or only in the top, and then 0 in the horizontal. Oh, you know what? I actually do like that. I actually do like that. You can do pixels, you can do... That's too much. 0.1 M? 0.2 M? 0.2 M. 0.2 M is pretty good. I like that. All right, I'm satisfied with this. I'm satisfied with it. Let's copy this. You'll come over to here. Go to this. Wait, hold on. We'll get that going. Okay, and so what was this? What did we say this was? Is it labs or is it like portfolio? There it goes. Portfolio things. That's what we did today, so that's what we'll add there. I think what I'll do is to do this there. Oh, you know what? I gotta get rid of that thing. Hang on a second. Design a pricing plans layout page. Toggle progress bar. Progress bar should go away. It shouldn't be there. Oh well. That's fine. I gotta remember not to do that. It's kind of misleading if you're following along. It's not where we were. Let's go ahead and say that this is whatchamacallit. I'm gonna add the day's date as well. And that's for that one. So this is associated with the other one. So that's fine. Well, it's fine for that one. Oops. CSS Control Shift V gives us all this. Oh, you know what? We actually did not need to put the LI there, but kind of is good to indicate that it's for a list item. So I don't know if there's any other way to do it. There we go. That was that was a lot. We did a lot here. So I kind of want to like make a video of this. I might just make a video of this and post it for shorts. All right, so I think I'm just going to finish up here for today. So where are we now? Let's go over to chat. Let's chat. Let's chat, friends. Okay, so we did a lot today. Lots of stuff. We reviewed our notes from last week, or at least from last Friday. We did a quiz on styling forms. We passed. All right. We reviewed CSS layouts and effects as well with like the box model and stuff. We worked with CSS Flexbox. We learned how to do that, and we applied that knowledge by with a couple of workshops, building a Flexbox photo gallery and designing some wonderful little boxes on the hillside, made of ticky-tacky and all different colors. And then we designed a pricing plans layout page, and we went the extra mile, and we implemented the hover transitions for the for cards, so that they popped out of the page when you hovered over. That was pretty cool. And that's it. Yeah. So it's just like really cool to see how much over the past couple weeks of progress here that I've been able to internalize a lot of the lessons here and really put them to use in these labs. So I'm excited for that. That's really cool. So if you are doing something similar, I applaud you, and I hope that you would leave a comment in the comments. Leave a comment in the comments and say so. So yeah, we didn't get everything done today. We couldn't do everything. We didn't learn everything about Flexbox. There's so much more to learn about it, and layouts in general. But we took a lot of notes, and we'll see how far we get with 90 days of web development, after we get the remaining 5/6 of the way there. So catch you back here for day 15 tomorrow, and that'll be Tuesday. So ta-ta for now. Enjoy.